the airway. So all the three have to be green.
Oh.
Yes. Okay.
So have to go through training session.
Yes.
Mentorship.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had two.
Okay. Now you're almost there.
Almost there.
One more.
Almost there.
Red.
One more.
You're pumping hard.
Go slow.
Do take some kind of painkiller. So how is this device supposed to work? Is to help nurses move patients who are critically ill. And this is because our patients come to hospital when they are critically ill and they are unable to move. And the uniqueness of this
University of Science and Technology. So we are a team of 4, and in this we all have different roles. So drilling, we usually occur a major challenge of kicks and blowouts. A kick is a sudden flow of a low saturation of the hydrocarbons from the reservoir into the well. So in this, one of the causes of a kick is a back pressure. So in this project, we are trying to see how back pressure leads to this and how we can control and prevent it. So I request my colleague to say more about it as I visualize it. So.
Thank you, Madam. So here, this project is basically handling the issue of excessive back pressure, like we said. So what we do here, we have brought in an idea that we can control this excessive back pressure on surface without us.
You know, when you started, I felt it was pressure on my back.
No.
You said back pressure.
So we are
Pressure in the well.
Subsurface pressure,
The
but
drilling.
on surface. So all these systems work in that now here we have what we call the safety tower. It is on surface, but showing on subsurface, but when you are on surface. We have the wireless communication system. This is also another innovation that we have brought in. That when you are monitoring what is subsurface, but on
You're on top.
surface, you are on top. That's what we are trying to do.
Okay, good.
I wanted to show you how it works and everything.
I think I've understood. We need to finish.
Yes.
You're welcome,
Yes.
Honorable Mayor. So this project is about allergy detector, blowout detector, and low circulation detector. Most of these instances happen when you're drilling as well. So our project basically works on the principle of conductivity, which is where going to be explained by my colleague here.
Yes, so our project basically detects a kick. A kick is a movement of the fluids which we are trying to retrieve in the oil and gas.
We're cooking food in one central place. So the idea is that we will be cooking food in one central place and delivering it to everyone.
With the drone.
Yes, and we shall be cooking the food with robotic arms, no humans involved.
Thank you so much.
Sanso kubalaba. Bampita Isa Nkondo.
Mwisa, mwamisa. Ulamusiza.
Kale. Kakati nze omulimu gwenyolekeredde wanganga sirimu yenjolekeredde. Kakati njagala bampa abantu 20 ku University wano kuba science abali wano nge kino kiraba mwaba amawulire ate muli bulizi kino kubanga enkya ngenda kufa sibatiisa kino kyetandikiddeku okunoonyereza eddagala lya sirimu
tukiyita tutya
waliko garlic oyo abeera katungulu icumu naye kino mu Runyankore ne bakiyeta entaki entaki eno yetugenda kutandikirako okunoonyereza obuntu buno mbulaba abalina endwadde ey'entima eno beetakula bakubibwa ebisente buno obuntu bw'obugatta nekyetegerezemwe kirina amaggwa n'ekigatta ne kino kyekisangulako obulwadde obw'okwetakula kakati kino ekintu nkireese n'emirandira yakyo mukyetegereze Omurunyankore ne bakyeta endungu ezikirikira ndwoboolo ne babugwa oxygen akadagala kano ka oxygen n'okutereeza obwongo kakati ekintu kino tukisimba kirina ensigo bwegamba twagala tukyazi naye wano bwe naagenza okutereeza ne bagamba bo tebalina ssente kati ng'ogoze onatuwa ku sente nga ntereza ekintu ekyo ekirala
oba sente zakutereza kisitutegedde
To plant, he said to plant. He wants to plant it on
abantu
large
balino
scale.
kakati twagala tubaze eri gye bali tubawe ripoota kiki bitwajjamu ate bafuuke ba security ate bafuuke abalimi ab'okutulimira eddagala
Namikonde weebale.
Still in Pasadena economy.
Welcome. Dr. Catherine is my name from Bishop Stewart University.
Bishop Stewart University.
Yes, please. National Council for Excellence. So we have many products here, ranging from human to animal and then the environment. Because our hub is One Health Innovations Hub, and the most important we have here for post-harvest handling for maize and beans. This is the product of my research at Masters, where I was looking at the materials that we can use from the environment that can be able to so that we evade this and then we go natural. Of course, in that case, we shall be avoiding many other complications.
So this is anti-weevil.
Yeah, anti-weevil. Someone was actually saying that the reason why ulcers are increasing among students could be because of the chemicals they are eating in the foods. So this is something that we can look into that can help us, even generally the whole public.
You don't have much time.
We have, these are herbal products.
We also have this chemoside which we developed during the program of FMD wounds. And during FMD, so we treated this with the different farmers.
And I've had that one. I think we are funding it.
So this one is for ulcers. Many people are suffering from ulcers. It is just a very new product, by the way. And this product, we have given it to some people and they have healed. They have started eating the foods that they were not eating before.
Thank you very much. Let's move the next one.
Mosquito repellent.
This is my name, by University of Science and Technology. This is a contribution to the fight against malaria in Uganda.
Fight against what?
Malaria.
Malaria in Uganda.
Sunny repellent.
And from within Uganda, I come up with this.
Who is Lydia? I'm loved by mosquitoes. So. Because if we let's get this one, if it works on me, then it works. Because you'll have 10 people in a place, everybody will be okay,
And
mosquitoes will be biting me.
To you. You need to give the honorable minister.
So you get
These are Jena Herbals. Smile.
Jena Herbals.
The politician one.
We have now Professor has a total number of 25. 25. Yeah, we have for cough, we have for ulcers, we have Covidex, diabetes. This is the detoxifier.
This is the
detoxifier.
my teammate, because I know we are starting clinical trials on one of these.
Yes. The anti-malaria one and the diabetes.
The diabetes one.
The diabetes is here.
This
But they're
is
supposed to make it into capsules.
Yeah, that's what we are doing. That's what he's doing now.
Thank you.
So we'll move on.
snail tox.
This I welcome.
Okay.
So this is snail tox, a product that controls vectors in water dams, the vectors that cause liver fluke in animals and bilharzia in human. It's applied in water dams, then it clears all those snails that cause bilharzia and liver fluke in cattle. Yeah.
Have you done my environmental studies?
Yeah, it is ongoing, and
tomorrow I'm coming there to see.
We are waiting for you, Minister. Yes, thank you.
Because we are supporting them too.
Yes, this is the immunocachix. We realize that most people with chronic illnesses, it's because they present with low immunity. So we took a time and to study the immunity and realized the body actually needs the right minerals. And we packed all the possible herbs
in here.
In there. So when we give to the
This
body,
this should be good, quick to study as immune boost. Because you
studies
just give, take off a series. Yeah, you've done. Okay.
Doctor, this is what you saw. You can explain.
This one I saw yesterday.
Liquid smoke flavor and the antibacterial.
This is a whole industry of smoked foods. So.
Malik tincture.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Ben, and this is Damalik tincture. It is a herbal remedy for eczema and fungal skin infections. Also for secondary bacterial infections, basically for the skin.
Okay.
It recently received notification.
Okay, notification.
We
So
celebrated a cake.
it's a candidate for clinical trials.
Yes.
And then this is the herbal wound spray. It was the Heroes in Health Winning Awards Project 2023 from Ministry of Health. Currently it's at its final stages of approval by National Drugs Authority.
Okay.
It's from blackjack and aloe vera for management of wounds.
Next, please.
Does it also
Lip balm. It's made out of shea butter, coconut, beeswax.
Yeah, for fresh ones.
These are the mass-based products. Yesterday we showed us.
You showed us.
This is the beauty product.
The Pace Herbal. Okay.
So we have here another
I need my
huge
black
team.
pen.
You can explain the team leader.
This is Gent Organic Insecticide. Specifically, we target bed bugs, mosquitoes, spider mites, and other mites. So we have 4 types. One type is this one, which we spray by spraying the targeted insects. Then this one, so the same type. Then we have another type. This one is in a granular form.
Which you put there.
Yeah, you can easily put in the target side. Like
Have you done the studies?
yeah.
Yes, please.
We have done some
study about it.
We are now doing
Because
experimental work.
bed bugs, the cockroaches are big, especially the bed bugs.
They are consistent.
Bed bugs are
There is brain booster here, madam. Brain booster. Yes.
brain booster.
Yes, yes.
Ah.
They have
For
left us
preventing
behind.
memory loss.
Raising the situation.
Raising the CGP. All right, that's good.
iSoft is a fertilizer.
We are still in agro-industrial value chain.
Okay.
One bioorganic fertilizer. It is 3-in-1 in that it contains the 3 basic macro elements, which are nitrogen, potassium, and the phosphorus.
Okay, this is the one from this plant.
Organic Dioscorea. And we have proven that it is going to be the single 3-in-1 organic fertilizer in Uganda, and it will save Uganda about $338 million per annum.
Hurry quickly
Students,
because
come. Honorable
Hurry,
Minister, my
hurry.
students have requested for a photo just here. Come quickly. Come here, quickly.
Angela, when you start photos, you
No,
won't
just
finish.
this one.
where is the camera person?
Here, he's this side. Yes. This is covering the minutes. Honorable, you can go there.
Which view do you want?
Okay.
Not there. Oh, okay. John, is this okay?
Yes, it is okay.
Angela, when you start pictures, you won't finish.
My students, I know when I need them. When I need you, you'll come, okay?
Okay.
I need my
All right.
Thank you.
So this is another candidate to support for the parish development model.
Okay.
Thank you so
We are
much.
now here.
Minister, you're most welcome. So here we have a number of innovations, but these ones are focusing on value addition. We are recycling the cellulose waste material from sugarcane factories into microcrystalline cellulose, which is an ingredient used in pharmaceutical industries for making solid dosage forms.
This is what?
Sugarcane baguettes.
Sugarcane, okay.
Baguettes, yeah.
And you make?
We convert this to this microcrystalline cellulose.
Cellulose.
This
Okay.
cellulose, which is used in industries for pharmaceutical manufacturing.
Okay.
Manufacturing drugs.
Tablets, yeah.
Tablets, yeah.
Tablets, capsules, and other formulations. So this is a suspension agent, which is also used in liquid formulations in industries. And this is cassava starch, which also works with that in solid
Manufacturing
and tablets and
drugs,
other
tablets.
formulations.
Yeah.
Then here we're also developing some antimalarial capsules, tablets, and also antiviral capsules and tablets from some of
see
the
this
works
one?
that are in already
More
been done.
Artem.
That's more Artem, yeah.
For HIV/AIDS.
So there was a clinical trial study that was done by Dr. Silvano, combining those two plants to see how it improves on the neutral effects of HIV
Oh, the
patient.
CD4 count.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this has proved to be very effective in improving the HIV therapy.
We have baking powder, Madam Minister. I have here, I'm the
Vera.
management team lead of this project, and diabetes powder.
Okay, anti-diabetes.
And already we have
Other products. Okay. Any of them notified?
this one we are waiting for. Already applied.
Okay, you applied 20.
This is all the talk about
avocado oil. We basically add value to avocado to extract out avocado oil, which we use for this different.
Okay. And then?
This is for rheumatoid arthritis, joint pains, bone flares. Prevents and also cures rheumatoid arthritis.
When you talk about curing rheumatoid arthritis, I'll have to.
A few studies, in vitro studies, and
Has it been notified?
Yes.
Is it NDA
It is
notified?
still under notification. We are
Yes.
still
In the process.
Okay.
But we are done with studies.
Okay, good.
So here we have our beauty and apparel industry chain. Beauty and apparel.
Yes, you're most welcome. Here we have, as you said, cosmetics and some herbal products. We have herbal soap, we have herbal jelly, we have the lip balms, we have the
Beauty.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, I want to give you a sample.
And
also,
thank you.
And the Piara doesn't have Kwato
Be
yogurt.
natural, be you.
This is
Okay.
with Love Body Jelly and oil. It is made from cow ghee. It's an organic product meant for dry skins. It's meant for allergic skin if you have allergies, because it has anti-inflammatory effects. It's good for.
This is beauty and the apple.
This is beauty, yes. With the afternoon. This is outdoor. It's herbal and from shea butter.
Skincare.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
UNBS?
Yes.
You have been certified?
Yes, it is
So you're on the
certified.
market?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Even those ones are on the market, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're on the market.
Yes.
These are our partners from Haru Mission.
Oh, nice. Hello.
Hey, This is Namani Pamela. I'm the quality control chemist at the Haru Mission Hospital Manufacturing Unit. So, the Haru Mission Hospital has a department of eye center, and under eye center, it's where we have the manufacturing unit. The manufacturing unit compounds and manufactures different types of eye drops, where we have anti-inflammatories, antibiotics.
I've seen these on the market.
Yes, so we have different types of eye drops that we make. We came up with formulations for different eye drops. So we import raw active ingredients,
And then you make, you fill and finish.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Are you the same? Right, done?
Okay, some of the community innovations that we partner with.
This is Nyansanga Technical Institute.
Mm.
We have, and here it is.
You can explain in 2 minutes, you can?
Yeah.
Just hold here.
Different here.
Yeah, just talk this too.
This is Nyamtanga Technical Institute. We have departments like building construction, plumbing, woodwork technology. This is the fashion and design department. That is electrical, and that one is plumbing. Fashion and design, we do door mats, graduation gowns. We sew any type of cloth you want. We do flower vessels, and also.
Thank you.
We can have a look at the
We're here now.
Thank you.
This is electrical.
Talk from here, please.
You're almost welcome. This is electrical department in Nyamtanga Technical Institute. We've just come to show some of the things that we make, the technical skills that we make, and among them, it's the burglar alarm system, which is known for for security purposes. In case of any intruder, it has connection inside
they're always on. Because if you want, you can't go out without connecting it on, so that an intruder, when it comes, it makes noise. So when he comes, let me say I'm an intruder. I come, I want to open, this is our house, the connections are within the house, on the door. When I come, I want to open the door, it will make sound. But here power it is not. When I open it makes sound. It makes noise. And where I am, it is the sound, the sound goes too far. When I hear the sound, I know that someone has entered my house. I come, I open the door. I know someone has entered. I come, I see what has happened.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. How much is it? There's one more here, then we can have
The prototype. This is the plumbers.
My name is We are from Nyamtanga Technical Institute. This is the installation of water into central appliances. Yeah, we can install these appliances in houses, in hotels as well. We can also maintain them where in case you need a repair, you can
repair.
Yeah.
Do you make them?
Yeah.
You make them?
No, no.
They buy, they install.
Yeah.
We can have a wait.
Okay.
This side.
Nyamitanga Technical Institute.
This system for delivery.
Thank you.
My name is Daphne. I work with people.
This is a delivery system.
Yes.
It's the first of its kind, Honorable Minister, in Mbarara, locally developed, and we're already delivering. So we've already recorded 300 plus deliveries, over 700 plus downloads. That's in the last 2 weeks of its release.
Oh.
So we don't just deliver products. You are aware of the HIV prevalence in Mbarara. And so we have, for instance, students who are ordering for sexually reproductive health products, hiding their identity. Because of the stigma, someone fears to go and order for, say a condom or something. Yeah, so this one here.
Okay.
Honorable Minister, just take a photo with Sibo just here.
Yes, thank you very
much. A photo
much.
with Sibo.
Yes.
The Sibo team.
Okay.
Let's join in.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Look at me, please. Please don't take a Order man, smile.
Yes.
Thank you.
He needs to get an electric bike so that it is cheaper.
Yes, that's what we're going to.
This is the last.
By the internet, and this is a solar powered router that we just behind this pole, so it distributes internet. Takes about 500 users.
Do you make it yourself?
Yeah, we assemble them from inside Macquarie. That's where we assemble them from. And this is its layout, and it is a scalable device. It has different batteries inside for you to, in case it's nighttime, you can charge up the area. And you can also mount up different devices, sensors, everything, so that you're able to do multiple things, even cameras, it is able to handle. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
So this
I hope the information is in here.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, let the magic shine on.
This is a Mauritius. We have introduced Showmax. Yeah, this mainly for, we are looking at the young population, the people that cannot manage subscribing on these decoders, the high subscriptions. We just, with little subscriptions, 11,000, they are able to access our content on their phones.
I hope you are censoring it so that it is painting Uganda positively. Yes.
Yes, this is Agri-Farm Innovation, Digital Information.
Okay.
So, Honorable Minister, we couldn't shift one of our major innovations where we are supplying purified water system to our students. I beg that with your permission.
Okay, we pass it.
Thank you so much for such a morning that we are alive and well. We thank you so much for our visitor. We thank you so much for our administrators and everyone that is here. Lord, thank you for bringing us so well. And we pray that today will be a day of grace, a day of joy as we share ideas to advance our nation. We pray that your presence will be our guide, and whatever we shall eat or drink, we pray, Lord, that it shall be cleansed by your presence, and that it shall bring wellness to our bodies. May your name be glorified in Jesus' name. Amen.
Let's take our seats. The Honorable Minister here present with us today, Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, the Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika-Chiwika, your Deputy, Professor Nixon Kamkama, a Council Representative, Dr. Joseph Ngonzi and Mr. Lukaya here present, the Directors and Deans here present. Join me in welcoming our Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, and I'm delighted to let you know that we are the first region in Uganda to host her. And being the firstborn, we're expecting a lot from our minister. Honorable Minister, allow me to do a bit of salutation here present. Allow me to welcome in no specific order the representative of the Vice Chancellor for Mountains of the Moon University, Dr. Raphael Arugo. Thank you for joining us since the day we started. We welcome Dr. Jacqueline Chomhendo, the Academic Registrar, representing the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University. I welcome Dr. Reverend Karemera, the Vice Chancellor of St. Joseph's University. We welcome and recognize Professor Patrick Muramire, representing the Archbishop of Mbarara Archdiocese. Now that we have the prayers already said and we have the representatives of the religious leaders, Honorable Minister, we are safe and we're in the hands of God. I welcome and recognize MUST faculty, the deans here present. Please stand up for recognition, deans and directors. That is Dr. Jones Obongo Lodge, the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, Dean Dr. Olette Eunice, Faculty of Science. We have Dean Ngonzi Joseph, Professor Joseph Ngonzi, the Dean Faculty of Medical School. We have Dr. Meda Twinamasko, the Director CITT, and the Director of the Graduate School, Dr. Vincent Batwala. Honorable Minister, we are delighted that you're passionate about science, technology, and innovation. And with us, we have innovators, and I cannot mention them all. Some will present from different faculties, and there are some notable ones. Allow me to welcome the recent grants winners and who have stood tall. And in these, we have a former Dean of the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Dr. Viola Nyakato. Please stand up for recognition. She has just won a grant of recent. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Viola. We have Dr. Ankunda Esther, who has won an NIH top-notch grant. Dr. Esther, please stand up for recognition and a salutation to the minister. Stand up straight, Esther, and we'll talk about your grant. Her grant is big, Honorable Minister, that it has gotten us funding and supporting women. The Dean, Faculty of Science, has done an innovation about helping women with cervical cancer screening using AI. That is still in the pipeline, and more that we shall present. Ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming the Honorable Minister to Southwestern Uganda, and we are presenting our ideas of science, technology, and innovation. We are welcoming stakeholders and students and staff and faculty, not because the minister is interested in nothing else, but promoting innovation at all levels in the country. Before I invite the Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, I request the audience to stand up. Let's honor researchers and innovators that have passed on to the next world with a moment of silence. Before we sit, here we're recognizing Professor Isharaza, and his project is due for presentation. As you're still standing, let's join hands and congratulate the Vice Chancellor. Today she makes 100 days in Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Let's give her a hand clap, and we welcome you for the last time. Please take your seats. Madam Vice Chancellor, the same room you presented as the Vice Chancellor to be is the same room. We are honored to have you here as our Vice Chancellor, marking 100 days. And I pray the press will get this right. At this moment, allow me to invite you to welcome the Minister to your university now that you've made 100 days. You're no longer the new Vice Chancellor, but the Vice Chancellor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Monica Musenero Masanza, Honorable Members of Parliament here present, our City Mayor, I'm not sure he's in the room, Honorable Kachebezi or his representative, members of the University Council here present, members of Mask Senate present here, top management, esteemed faculty of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the non-academic staff, professors and staff from other universities, sister universities present here, the students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology and students from other universities present here, Mbarara community and well-wishers from southwestern region of Uganda, Mbarara district and political leaders present here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to welcome you all to this first and momentous regional conference of science, technology, and innovation. Before I proceed, allow me express our gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation for choosing southwestern Uganda for the maiden tour, and specifically choosing Mbarara University of Science and Technology as the venue for the very first regional conference of science, technology, and innovation. We are honored to host this event and look forward to fruitful discussions and outcomes of this event. Today we gather here to explore the frontiers of science, technology, and innovation, and to discuss how these fields can drive sustainable development and transformation in our communities. We are thrilled to have you, Honorable Dr. Musenero, a renowned expert in the field of science, to deliver a keynote address to us this afternoon. As we gather here today, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your continued support and interest in the progress of our university. Your presence is a testament of the importance of a collaboration between the government of Uganda, academia, industry, and in driving innovation and development. As we begin this conference, I would like to acknowledge the Minister's tireless efforts in promoting science, technology, and innovation in Uganda. You'll bear me witness from yesterday's occurrence. Those of you who know, sometimes the young people say, if you know, you know. So I'll not give the details, but that is a demonstration of her tireless effort. What we saw happening yesterday demonstrated her zeal and tireless efforts in driving science, technology, and innovation in Uganda. Her commitment to harnessing the potential of these fields to address societal challenges is truly commendable, Honorable Minister. Your enthusiasm in providing strategic guidance and strengthening partnerships with regional leaders and stakeholders through nationwide ministerial tours of ongoing funded projects is commendable. Many people will fund and not come to see what is going on. They will leave it to you to decide how you want to do it. Honorable Minister, we are privileged to have you come to continuously guide us on how to proceed. Having selected to start with us in Western region of Uganda is motivating. The regional initiatives play a vital role in driving national development, and this is one of them. Through direct engagement with project teams, beneficiaries, and local leadership, Honorable Minister, you will impact and foster an environment of transparency, accountability, and collaboration. We value this and look forward to your feedback and strategic guidance. To our students and faculty members, I encourage you to actively engage with the discussions and presentations today. This conference is a valuable opportunity to learn from experts, network with peers, and showcase research and innovations. For me, today marks a significant milestone as it coincides with my first 100 days in office as the Vice Chancellor. As the Vice Chancellor of this prestigious institution, I'm thrilled to note that your visit, Honorable Minister, is a repeat of your gracious presence at my inauguration. You were present in full swing, which I will forever cherish. Thank you very much. My sincere apologies, Honorable Minister, for not being on site yesterday, as I had to travel to Kampala to urgently defend our institutional budget in Parliament. I thank God for the showers of blessing He has bestowed upon MUST within my first 100 days. I will not reveal much, but just to let you know that the showers of blessings are here with us. Over the past 100 days, we have been working tirelessly, and I want to thank top management and Senate for working tirelessly, and you all in your respective capacities. We have been working tirelessly to build on the strong foundations laid by our predecessors. We are committed to fostering a culture of excellence, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and to produce graduates who are equipped to address the complex challenges facing our society, technology, and innovation for the betterment of society. I'll repeat this. Let us work together. Let us not fight. Let us not conflict. Let us work together to unlock the potential that we have. As we move forward, we are eager to explore new opportunities for collaboration and partnership with your ministry, Honorable Minister, your Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. We believe that together we can achieve great things and make a meaningful impact on our country's development. This scientific conference is taking place on our historic Kihumuro main campus grounds, which spans over 400 acres of land acquired in 2004. As you can see, Honorable Minister, we have plenty of space to build a modern 21st century campus that embraces science, technology, and innovation. With the integration of artificial intelligence and other cutting-edge advancements, we have the potential to create a thriving innovation ecosystem that addresses the challenges faced by our communities. Mbarara University of Science and Technology is ready to grow, and we invite each of you. We need your support to secure funding and turn the vision of our founders into reality. Honorable Minister, I beg that you take this message to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. We sincerely thank the government of Uganda, led by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for his vision in establishing this university. It is our duty to carry forward his dream. As G.K. Chesterton once said, the object of a new year is not that we should have a new year. It is that we should have a new soul. This is a fresh start from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and as the Vice Chancellor, I am committed to leading this vision. With your support, we will build a future that inspires hope, science, technology, innovation, and progress for us all. Once again, I welcome you all to Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and I look forward to fruitful engagement and discussion. To your keynote address, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the Vice Chancellor another round of applause. I now invite the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy, and the Council representative to take the seats here, and I request the Vice Chancellor to come back here, and I invite the Minister. Who am I to invite the Minister? Please come and invite the Minister to address us.
Thank you, Angela. It is now my singular honor and pleasure to invite you, Honorable Minister, to come and address us. I think you should use the fresh mic. Okay. Is it on?
The Vice Chancellor, Mbarara University of Science Technology, the representative of Council of the University, our representatives of Vice Chancellors of other universities within the region who are here, the leadership and management of MUST, the staff from STI, the student bodies, the community stakeholders, all invited guests, good afternoon. How are we? And now where that is, I can't see properly, so bring my laptop here. I can't see the slides properly there. Okay, they have tried to do some innovation. Good afternoon once more. I first want to thank His Excellency, the President, for giving me the great honor and privilege to serve my country as Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation. It has been a very eventful 4 years, full of learning. Yeah, it's already 4 years, I thought. Full of learning. And before I begin to give my remarks, I just wanted to comment on something that the Vice Chancellor said, that we work together and we move forward. I have learned in my life that where there is a clear vision for everybody to follow, the fight's fed. Because personal interests become relegated. It's when individuals lose focus on the vision that such things like personal fights come in. So, and I will illustrate this throughout. So, Madam Vice Chancellor, I want to encourage you, concentrate on building the vision. Concentrate on helping body to see where you're going. And when everybody is looking here, nobody will be looking on the side to find whom to fight with. So I'm here to share the vision for science, technology, and innovation in the country, and present a proposal for the region. The vision for the country, and propose to you the vision for the region. And so for this conference, we requested that we invite as many stakeholders as possible, because it's going to require all of us. I will be making the first component of the presentation, and then Joshua will make the second part of the presentation. I pray that you don't doze on me. Please follow me, such that we will move together. I think now that I have this, you can shift it a little bit so that I am looking at the people as they look at, yes. Okay. So my presentation has a few steps there. I will not dwell so much on it. But why science? Why does it matter? Why is this University of Mbarara called University of Science Technology? Science, or what we commonly call STI, for the medical doctors here, please forget the other use of STI. It means science, technology, and innovation. Science is literally the only thing that can transform an economy. There are many things that could grow an economy up to a point, but science, technology, and innovation are literally the only things that can transform us. Science is the biggest multiplier of economies. As I was walking through first of all, as I've toured the region, because I have been to, I think only Buhweju is where I haven't been in the region. I've been to almost every district where we are supporting projects. I just used those as anchors to touch base so that I can understand what is going on. So science is the only thing that can help us to grow the economy very, very fast. And science helps a country to plan very well because it generates knowledge. And I'll be talking about the knowledge economy and how it moves. Actually, the worst thing you can do to a nation is to deny them to learn the potential how to harness knowledge. If people can just be proud to wear knowledge on their heads, to wear knowledge as lapels, to wear knowledge in gowns, but they do not know how to deploy knowledge, then that nation will remain in poverty. Because any other way to develop a nation sort of reaches maximum. Imagine a land here. You imagine 100 years ago, there was so much land for everybody. How much do we now have? And you imagine 50 years from now. Yes, we had very good land, but it reaches a ceiling. The only thing that can continuously make resources inexhaustible is science, technology, and innovation. A gentleman called Solow, he was an economist, an American economist. He won a Nobel Prize for science, technology, and innovation. An economist won a prize for science, technology, and innovation. Why? Because he showed that national development is only 12% dependent on the natural resources, including labor and the capital. Only 12%. The rest of national development is embedded in the technologies and related innovations that the people of that nation come up with. And for this, the American government gave him a Nobel Prize because he did this work in the 1950s, and ever since, that is the secret behind the American economy. They invest heavily in science, technology, and innovation wherever they find it, including in you. I had the NIH grants here because they know the secret of appropriately investing in science, technology, and innovation. He was also able to show and map the growth of these competing economic giants since the first industrial revolution, which was Britain and the United States. He was able to show that he was able to show that whichever state, whichever of those two nations took advantage of science, technology, and innovation, its rate of growth over the next 25 years accelerated more than the other. And this competition has been ongoing. I don't know if it is still ongoing, but it has been ongoing through the centuries. That the red is Britain and the orange is US. So the first industrial revolution in the 1760s started in Britain, and they grew very fast. If you remember, I hope I don't only have scientists, they don't read history. But the first industrial revolution started in Britain, and it spread to Europe, and eventually there were lots of the people who immigrated. Some Britons had opened up immigration to what they called the Newfoundland. Actually, it had already been found, but they found it at that time. And they named it America. And so their growth was not as fast because they were trying to imitate and they were trailing Britain. However, by 1800, these immigrants had picked on the knowledge from Britain, and they began to grow their economy faster, building and they are the ones who really led to development of the steam locomotive. And then America, picking on from that, grew faster than Britain because they kept on building on whatever inventions are there. And the rest is history, as we can see. Now, why does science, technology, and innovation grow economies? Why? There is a secret in what we call knowledge. Knowledge is an intangible asset, and it is renewable, unlimited, and it's available for everybody to take. The know-how. Do you know something? Now, for knowledge, we define knowledge as a dynamic, it's moving. Knowledge is like a river Nile. The same water doesn't stay at the same spot. Knowledge is always moving. So if you learned science in 2023 and you haven't renewed it, you are owning the history of science, not science today. So it's contextual, because what some people know, some people don't know. And what I knew yesterday may not be as important as I need to know tomorrow. So the context matters. And the knowledge is multidimensional. And this meeting, I'll not be able to go through that, but we have identified 8 dimensions of knowledge, which are very, very important. And it encompasses a translation process. Just knowing and having it in your head doesn't really matter that much. So knowledge must, sorry, some words are wrapping, but knowledge starts as data, It starts as data or facts. Now, some people will throw those facts away. Well, we heard about it, we know it, we went to a conference, they mentioned, it stays there. Knowledge must be converted into information. Information, what does this really mean? What does this really mean? Dr. Msenera has been here. She has talked, so what does it mean? There are those who just say, oh, she came here. Then there are those who are going to say, what does this really mean? So data, in fact, collected from patients, collected in your labs, is data. And it has to become information. We have to pay attention to it. What does this really mean? And then that information needs to go to understanding. Understanding is what is the implication for me? What's the implication for us? What's the implication for this subject? Now, many of us, we throw away knowledge. And I can tell you, the biggest difference between Africans and the Europeans and Americans is how we treat knowledge. We are happy to not do nothing. We don't translate it into understanding. So what does it imply? You go to class, they'll teach you, oh, this is chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is the green color in plants. You go to secondary school. Oh, chlorophyll is used for photosynthesis. They teach you a little bit of how that process occurs. You go to HSC. Chlorophyll, they teach you the details of the process of photosynthesis and the different molecules. Okay, you do the exam, you pass, you celebrate. Then you go to university. They teach you to the electron level of photosynthesis with this molecule of chlorophyll. And you will live your 70, 80 years, and you never do anything with chlorophyll except to eat it. Except to eat it, and you even go to a person who didn't study chlorophyll that much, and they tell you, oh, chlorophyll is good for your digestion. What about you who studied chlorophyll and studied how those electrons move? Was it just for? So you must understand. When you have understanding, then knowledge becomes expertise. And that means now you're willing to put your hands on knowledge. Yesterday I was sitting in these presentations and they're telling me, oh, this molecule is like this is the molecule. And I'm like, okay. I'm so glad I sat into that class. Then that knowledge must be used to give you insight, which is unique. Can I generate electricity from plants, since electricity is electrons, and but how much of it? What can it serve us? Can I use it to? So that is now, because you have knowledge, now you will have insight. You have insight which other people may not have. And that's the beauty of why we study science, so that we understand the foundations. You cannot have insight into what you don't know and understand. I will talk about this a little bit later in my presentation. And then that insight begins to give you wisdom. Wisdom is informed action, guided action. You are not moving randomly. You are moving guided. That is wisdom. So knowledge has to go through the translational process for it to have the impact. Without this process, knowledge will exist side by side with backwardness, side by side with poverty, side by side with ignorance, side by side with complaints. If you want to find a place where knowledge abounds without being processed, the detector is the level of complaining. People who know, but they have not been too lazy to translate knowledge. They have data, or they may live without collecting data. And this exists a lot. We see patients, we write on pieces of paper, we throw. We teach students, it exists every day. Or knowledge might exist, data might exist, but it's incomplete or disorganized. Data could exist organized, but it stays in the databases. It stays in, and everywhere I go, they tell, oh no, Minister, we have that data. I'm like, what have you done with it? We have that data. We have the data is existing. I say, where is it? Say, the other computer, except when you reach there, they'll say there is no power or... So it has to be translated into the information. If it is not translated into information, you will not see the benefits of knowledge. You have your PhD. But it depends on the village innovator who has been able to translate their little knowledge into something. Information may not result in understanding, especially if there's a lot of bias. If your mind is already clogged with certain views, with certain views, you already preformed. We call it the toxicity of knowledge. Different people receive the same knowledge and interpret it differently. So depending on your mindset. So the understanding may be faulty, or you just dismiss it. Or understanding may not lead you to a practical expertise. So you still understand, but you do not want to put your shoulder to work. Expertise may not induce the necessary insights. So there can be failure of knowledge translation along the knowledge value chain. Now, the people in physics, you know this concept very well, called the Torricelli's law. And I applied it to the impact of knowledge to economy. Now, when you know just the basic knowledge, we call it factor knowledge, just knowledge. You see, it has rained. Yes, are supposed to start in April. Okay, they will start a bit in March. Good. All right, what happens? We pull out our hose. It rained last night. Let's go and plant. Somebody 100 years ago developed that knowledge. So for you, you are using it by instinct. You don't even ask why that is happening or how you could improve. So that knowledge gives us very easy answers, very quick. It doesn't disturb you from other people. And we try to replicate. It's their knowledge, they developed it. They developed it. The factor knowledge has become yours, but you never improve it. Then applied knowledge is you copy what others have understood, and you also replicate that there. That is a little bit better. It takes a bit longer for you to see results, but it gives you a little bit better. Now, I hope that we'll begin to see what we have been doing in universities and research institutions where you are aiming to harness. Then there is what we call shallow knowledge. Shallow knowledge is we try to understand the knowledge other people have, and we pick their technology and build something on their technology. An example of shallow knowledge is apps, which are built on platforms. You have understood somebody's platform, then you build an application on that. You are better than the one who is just doing application. Applied knowledge is like, okay, tractors are good. So somebody has developed a tractor. Let me buy a tractor and use. Okay? But shallow knowledge, you try to build something. Tractors are good. But the one I have does not help me to weed. Let me have a weeder to build onto the tractor. So that is, we call that shallow knowledge. Now, intermediate knowledge is knowledge that we get. Somebody has done it. So you pick what they have done and you are able to modify it and create your own version. Somebody somewhere built a tractor. So instead of you hiring their tractor, you build your own version. We call that commonly either technology transfer or reverse engineering. But you are able to replicate that person's knowledge with your own version. Now that calls for more diligence, more depth, more studying. Then we have the modified knowledge. Modified knowledge is you use other people's principles, but create your own version of those principles, and then build your own technology. You use other people's principles, but create your own version of those principles. You are willing to go further and say, if this was like this, what about this? Somebody has discovered gravity. So you understand the principle of gravity. But for you, you now want to study, how can I defy gravity? How can I defy? So you are going to come up with your own set of principles. And deep knowledge, you come up with your own principles of that technology. You come up with your own principles, and you are building something unique. And each of those lines are based on Torricelli's law, of pressure in liquids, you harness faster the more you are at the top. But the impact is smaller the closer you pour. And the further you go, the lower you go towards deep knowledge, the further it will take you time, it will take you effort, it will take you a lot of diligence, but the impact is going to be much stronger. Are we together? So, I told you I have 8 principles of knowledge, but I'm only going to talk about these 2. The first one was the value chain of knowledge, or the length of knowledge, which is this one. And I will leave you to judge. Where do you go? How far do you go in harnessing the value chain of knowledge? As an individual, as a department, as an institution, where are you harnessing? Then this second one is the depth of knowledge. How deep do you bother to go? Are there things you leave for others? I don't want to go there. That's too difficult. That is too, and one of the things that I found when I started serving as minister, and I found it very infuriating, is the laziness of Africans to think. We leave so many people to think for us. And most of what we are suffering now is not an impact of colonialism. It's an impact of laziness to think. We are not willing to think. We wish to survive with the nga bwekyali olubereberye bwekiri kaakano bwekiriba emirembe n'emirembe. You see, the land is reducing, and even the scientists are there complaining, looking. You see it coming. You see the weather is changing, but nobody is willing to think ahead. So the depth of knowledge gives us originality of ideas, which builds wealth at personal, at household, at community, and at national level. Now, why are we bothered with the knowledge economy? Because for us to go where we want to go, which I'm going to share with you shortly, is because knowledge economy is the builder is now the builder of wealth. And science and technology and innovation is the biggest known factor in determining knowledge economy. This is a graph, a composite graph of how how knowledge economy, how much each of these, the factor, you have land, you have air, you have rain, you have people, that is the red line. Initially, when the earth was so well endowed with every resource, that was what man knew. And we quickly harnessed the fertility, we quickly harnessed the factors of nature and the population growth until people reached a point where they were panicking about population growth. At one time, population was the biggest determinant of production. And it was that threat which drove slave trade. That people had to go to other nations and gather their people and make them produce for them, because human beings were the rarest resource, the scarcest resource. But a time came when the biggest investment is how do we control population now? The international organization is panicking. The earth is going to be overfull. But at one time, they were carrying human beings, depleting other parts of the world. But as time has gone on, and this creature called man has been harnessing knowledge, the knowledge economy has overtaken. That is why a land like Israel that is in the desert has a better economy than the Pearl of Africa, which is watered from the heavens, which has water everywhere. There are streams everywhere, fresh water. Because knowledge is universal. Anybody who is willing to pay the price can harness it. And so now, any nation that wants to catch up must harness the knowledge economy. In fact, for us, some factors are working against us in the negative. Because now when you look at land and the population, we are wondering, how do we employ all these people? Where do we keep them busy? The land has shrunk as a what? As a factor of production. And there is no technology yet to overexpand it. You can have vertical farming, but it will still anchor on the land. Even that will fill up if you don't have science. Actually, vertical farming is a product of science. That's why I don't see vertical farms here everywhere. So why does knowledge beat us? Because knowledge produces assets that have a higher rate of return on investment. Higher rate of return. I hope you are still following me. Or you are dozing. A higher rate of return. What does knowledge build? Knowledge economy builds intellectual property. The blue are the knowledge assets that come out of STI largely, while the red are the common, what we call the traditional factors of production. And nations which are poor have not learned how to cash in on the blue side. Nobody is stopping them, but they are not able to cash in on the blue side. We are still dependent on the red side. So how can you compete with somebody who has digital assets, whose return on investment annually is 100%? And the maximum you can ever get from your labor, from investment. How many of you invest in circles and what? How much return on your investment do you get per year? If the borrowers return it. Sometimes the borrowers don't return it. So, how much so? Knowledge is okumanya, but not just awareness. Knowledge has a value chain. So now, the government of Uganda has a vision. And that vision, let me go to this. Just excuse me a minute. Some of my slides have been silenced. The government of Uganda has a vision, a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country within 30 years. The 30 years started in 2010. How far are we in transforming this sub-region towards modern? How far are we? Now in the process of transforming, not in the years. There is too much development left at the end of your years. So the government of Uganda has this vision. And His Excellency, the President, the Fountain of Honor, has stated this several times. This is quoted from his independence speech. Sorry, his budget speech of June 2023. And he says he wants a science-led modernization of the nation before 2040. So basically, this vision here has to be achieved by science. And this one was the first university of science. So if we are falling behind, it means you are letting us down. Yeah. Because you established before the vision. So, and he translated it further as, this means that the economy of Uganda has to grow to 550 billion. We didn't get it clearly whether 2030 or 2040, but he said before 2040. So we have picked the before, and we are using that one. Now, for us to get this, we must employ knowledge. We must employ knowledge, unleash the wealth from what is surrounding us, so that we get what we call the qualitative leap. What's a qualitative leap? A qualitative leap refers to a change. I think the people in chemistry, you know this. When a substance is converted from one form to another, which then yields better value, that's a qualitative leap. So in terms of the economy, it simply means we have to change what we are selling. I want to find something here. A bottle of water? Okay, that bottle of water is how much in Mbarara? 1,000. How much is a kilogram of maize? How much is a kilo of maize? You can't agree. Joshua, you need to do Chibalo here. So how much is 500, 1,000? 500. So how many kilos do you have to sell to buy a bottle of water? How long does it take you to produce a kilo of maize? 3 to 4 months. Have you ever been to a factory which manufactures water? How long does it take to manufacture a bottle of water? It takes what? Seconds. So if for you, you are a maize grower, and you want to drink a bottle of water every day, you want to drink a bottle of water every day, it means you have to produce 2 kilograms of maize. 2 kilograms of maize times what? 30? Times 90 days times. So you see, a person who is selling the water is going to get higher returns. Within those 3 months, this person will have sold so many bottles of water, even if you are the only client. So there is higher value in what they are selling compared to what you are selling. If I make it even more gross, what if you want to buy a new phone and you are a maize producer? A phone. You want to buy a phone. What's the cheapest smartphone? About how much? About 300,000? How many kilograms of maize do you have to sell? Okay, so I hope the point has gone home. The qualitative leap, you change the value of what you sell. So what has government been up to with this science, technology, and innovation? The government of Uganda has paid attention to science, despite the fact, the belief, especially in the scientific community, that it hasn't. I have found evidence right from independence that the government was trying to do something about science in the country. They have put up specialized science, technology, and innovation institutions. The oldest institution current in the country is the UNCST, which was established by an act of parliament, 1990. It was domiciled at the Ministry of Finance. Then we had NARO, we had Uganda Industrial Research Institute, we have had UNRO, we have had universities with science departments for a long time, right from Makerere. The first institute to be established was a science institute. It was for surveyors. They thought that surveying was just looking through, and to date they are still looking through, as it was in the beginning. Because tell me a surveyor who has produced a survey instrument. Do we have one here? It's a Ugandan. This Makerere started in 19 what? With that survey department. To date, we still do the same. The president has had, there was the Millennium Science Initiative for those of you born before 2000 AD. We have had a number of initiatives. There was a Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, which was opened. We have had UVRI. We have science. I'm sure even in this sub-region we have these research, agricultural research institutions. A study commissioned by government in 2020 concluded thus. It was carried out by UNCTAD and said Uganda's policymakers should seriously rethink the approaches being used to implement STI in the country if they are to achieve the aspirations laid out in Vision 2040. Now, this really worried me. Remember, this was during COVID, and soon after, I'm appointed minister, basically saying, you have to rethink science. You take responsibility. Basically, and if you really want the knowledge, please, this report is online. You can see the worry in the report, because they were making recommendations, government should increase funding, but they are like, but we are worried that even if we increase the funding, we are not going to get what we are supposed to get. Why? We shall see as we go along. So, it is at this point that I was handed the challenge to lead this rethinking, working together with His Excellency. And since then, we have been in reforms. We have been in reforms. Some of them have been very painful for different sectors. Some of them have been invasive. Some of them, but we have been in reforms from 2020 So these reforms, which is basically just making changes to something, they have happened throughout the STI, and the thinking that we have now is totally different. And this is what we are bringing to you. We have been working on this really, really hard. Really, really hard. The first reform made by His Excellency before he even appointed me is he dissolved a ministry, taking science out of being a sector and designed it as a system. Made it a system to be a national science, technology, and innovation system. So what I lead is not a ministry. Many of you keep wondering, why do we keep saying STIOP? STIOP is not a ministry. It's a secretariat. And it is at office of the president because of the mandate to coordinate so many sectors. Because a ministry was a peer. And it was a peer ministry. So they suffered a lot from peer bullying. Who are you to do this? Who are you? That's not your mandate. But now everything is my mandate, as long as it has science, technology, and innovation. If it is in works, I go there. If it's in education, I go there. If it is at must, I go there. If it is in the community, I go there. So long as it has something to do with science, technology, and innovation. So the Secretariat's mandate is to mobilize, coordinate, and provide the strategic oversight and policy guidance to scientists and stakeholders everywhere, literally. In MDS, in local governments, academic institutions, research institutions, private sector, schools, vocational institutions, regulators, development partners, media, and the public. So it's that by being at office of the president, we have that freedom to roam across all sectors and all categories along prioritized industrial value chains. That's very, very important. We assigned specific industrial value chains. They are here. They may not be very clear here because of the coloring, but I will mention them later. But there are 8 industrial value chains. And there is a goal, there is an aim to increase productivity. Sorry, I don't mind about you increasing your PhDs, so long as they increase productivity. If it is just papers, we shall quarrel. Import substitution, to produce goods and services that substitute what we are importing. And I'll show you why this is important. And export of knowledge-based goods and services. And you can see, we call this the hub, spoke, and wheel model. So His Excellency himself, he wrote that before he was even appointed. He said he wanted something like this. So this is the first reform. How can we make science reach everywhere? And why did we do that? Why did he start these reforms? Because he observed that there was very limited intentionality in the science. We really do not know
and have facts and data why we are even running that particular course of science. People just wake up and say, we are also starting this course. What's the intention with those people? What is the vision with them? Where are they going? How are they going to impact on the economy? Universities started just it being trendy, having programs. Community level, people start having, you know. So that lack of intentionality has made government invest in science. Actually, at first I was among those who said, no, they don't invest in science. They do. I was ashamed when I calculated the money which had been invested the previous 5 years. But where was the outcome? It was just going everywhere. To whom it may concern, just fund us as science. Then there wasn't very good institutional and policy framework. It was like water without boundaries. You see, the river Nile flows where it flows because it has raised barriers which stop the water and guide it. And even where you see those falls, there are things which create those falls. It's not so. That lack of framework to really guide this science to where we want it to be was a challenge. And then weak technical leadership. People get into institutions. We are more interested in Bitibwa. We are more interested, and we don't pay attention to the technical of how science leads to the economy. And that's why I'm the only technical minister. I'm 70% technical, 30% political. I think I'm about among the very, I'm not saying the only one, but I'm among the very few who make these technical presentations. So this hub, spoke and wheel, was to heal some of that scatter. It's like when it rains, you see the water in Kampala. Hey. In fact, if you pour more money in science without intentionality, the water in Kampala, it is supposed to be useful. What happened? Yeah? Hey, so the more water, the more money, the more confusion you'll create if you don't have clear direction. So it is healed the intentionality, and now STI serves as a catalyst for national transformational development, addressing poverty and underdevelopment. Before, everybody did science for their own good. I need to supervise enough students so that I can get my promotion. I need to do my research so that I can graduate with my PhD or my master's, or if undergraduates do projects. I need to do it so that I can win another grant. Everybody has their own ambition for science. Now science has one ambition: catalyzing national transformational development. I don't stop you from doing your own things if you want. But if you need my support, we have to agree. And that's why I'm here, so that we agree. That book, the Bible says, how can two move together? Unless they have. I've seen a caller there, so I know there is knowledge of scripture in the house. So in terms of institutional and the policy framework, this shape, this structure, provides a well-coordinated national science, technology, and innovation system. And we've really taken advantage of this, as I will share with you. And it involves all key sectors. And it eradicates institutional silos, where an institution owns a facility they use once a month, but they will not allow anybody else to do what? To access and use it. We are too young to compete. I don't want to see competition in STI in Uganda. Complementation is the way to go. Together we win. Also, it provides clear economic facing KPIs. It provides economic measures, because people are saying science is not helping us, but based on what? What are you basing on? What are you measuring us on? Did you give us a standard to meet? No. Everybody was doing their own thing. And then technical leadership to make sure that there is knowledgeable, patriotic, and skilled leadership. If there is a place which it would be easy to eat money, it is this. To serve science technology for the nation, you must lose appetite for money. My mother used to send us to plant groundnuts in a small basket. Now when she's sending you from home, my middle name is called Jane, so that's why she'll say, Jane, I'm sending you to the garden. Every time you pick groundnuts, you have a choice to put in the mouth or in the soil. So, to make sure that there is human capital development for industrial STI and the coordination mechanisms with the key stakeholders. You can't do this job if you're full of ego. You can't. You have to serve people. You can't do my job if you're full of ego. You will not achieve. Sometimes I hide. The technical officers, you can't come to visit us without it. I say, it is the 70% technical of me which is coming. Forget I'm a minister. I need to talk to you and we get work going. The other 30% won't come. So, so what have we done so far? We have done a very comprehensive situation analysis for us as a nation. No, we did not hire any consultant. I don't believe in consultants in setting foundations. They can come once I know what to do. Then I will tell them what to do. But when I don't know what I need, how will I judge whether what they have brought is what I need? So, we have studied how STI leads to development. And ladies and gentlemen, this was not easy. Because our lack of understanding, our lack of knowledge, our lack of deployment of STI is actually inculcated right where we come from. It is genetically, we are modified. As from time of birth, we are genetically modified not to know how to make science work. I'm going to share that with you shortly. We have also been able to define a new ethos, a new vision, a new mission, and strategy. And we have defined the systems, structures, and processes that lead us to where we want to go. We have realigned our funding, all the projects. Some people were not happy. They went to media, they did what? But you just set your face like a flint and you keep going. So, I want first to share with you why science has not worked for us. And why, when I was saying, people are saying, you identify with the statement, but yesterday I wasn't feeling very well. Now, people could just say, the minister is not feeling very well. But there were some guys came in white coats and they took their time to find out why I wasn't feeling well. But I told them, please don't send me to a hospital bed because I must run my meeting. And we agreed on that. And true, they were able, once they found what was the problem, they were able to help me go to my meeting. So many people understand, many people feel, we really feel why science hasn't worked for us. But we have not gone to the diagnosis. And I can tell you this was one of the most painful, more painful than the length you have to sit here to listen to this presentation. You didn't get that. But this was one of the most painful and a turnaround. Since 1962, government has been trying to make science work. They have built universities, they have put their faculties of science, they have put there so many things, but nothing is working. Nothing is working. To take us where the president is saying, South Korea went there. How come we are not going? Budget after budget after budget, planning period after planning period, and nothing is working. And so I felt this was the most important thing for us to define before we do anything. And so we started to understand. We got to understand that economies, because remember, we want science for economic development. You remember the mandate, the mandate we have to do is to grow the economy, to increase productivity, import substitution, and export of value-added goods. But since independence, we have not been able to achieve this. Are people really dense? Is everybody so unpatriotic? No. That is what people think. And everybody is very happy to cast a stone at the other. Oh, those universities. Oh, this. Everybody's. But nobody can give us the diagnosis and hence the solution. And so we went into this very determinedly. So we got to understand. I started studying economics. So that economies are in three segments. The first segment produces raw materials. The second segment focuses on transforming raw materials into value-added products. And then the third segment focuses on consumption. Now there is income, there is economy, there is wealth that is created at each level. Now, in our analysis, we found out that production of raw materials, production and selling raw materials only yields at most 10% of the value in whatever you produce. Some people sell their knowledge as raw materials. You might have knowledge. You went to school, you studied, and you are dispensing it as. You earn very little from it. Hello? You earn very little because you've not value added. And then you can add value to that raw material. And this is where 90% or more, because we realize that people add value, they just keep getting more and more and more and more newer ideas. That is where most value is. Consumption of products, like the consumption of water. Now, in this consumption of water, there is somebody who came and distributed this water. Isn't it? So the best way to describe consumption economy is the retail business. Does anybody do retail business here? What's the profit? What's the profit margin? None of you owns a shop. Msonera has done all sorts of businesses. Usually, I will buy a dozen of matchboxes to sell. And the profit is the 10 is what I buy, the profit is the 2. That's gross profit. That's what percent? 2 out of 12 is, what's the percentage? It will be very small. And so, the sentence at the bottom, the knowledge base in the education system determines where a nation's economy will focus. And this is when I shifted my focus to universities. Because they are at the apex of the education system. A university determines what a kindergarten teacher knows and does. Because the teacher of the kindergarten teacher came from a university. Or a product, a curriculum from a university. This is when I realized if I cannot change universities, I'm going to fail miserably in my endeavors. Now, I saw deans here. The dean. Okay, I'm going to ask you, prepare. I want you to map the content in your curriculum. I'm coming. So, then we came up with this dawned on us. I remember the day because we were in Zambia. I'd carried some of my staff to Zambia. We had gone to attend a conference. We rioted because we didn't like the spirit of the conference, so we stayed in my suite and started to think. And we discovered that science, technology, and innovation is a result of ideas. Remember the knowledge value chain, which I talked about? So people don't go deep into knowledge. It will be hard for them to come up with ideas. And then we realized that people's ideas are founded on what they already know. I want you to follow this slide with me because this is where you'll find your purpose. This is where education is the elbow joint for an economy. It will either send us down or send us up. So, ideas build on existing knowledge a person has. So the purpose of education is to build knowledge of learners to form a base for creating new ideas. And then, if you just read that statement, you can even brag. You see, we are the educationists. We are the ones. Okay, let's go to the next one. The implication is that I can literally genetically modify populations through education so that their ideas face a certain direction. I can manipulate the education system to see which ideas, which knowledge do people have, which will form the basis of their thinking. Once I have succeeded in doing that, I can go home and sit and you'll continue producing what I installed in you. You'll never question it. Even when you question it, you end up in the same space. This was a very scary thought for us. And so you can basically engineer nations. So from here, we went to study the history of education systems and how our education system came about. And what I can mention is I traced it to a law passed in 1800 in the British Parliament, barring innovation in colonies. Because what led the Americans to get independence was they disconnected their education from the British education. So the British, to stop other people, other colonies in the future from becoming mentally independent, they passed a law which bars teaching of innovation or having an independent education system from the British one. This is documented. I don't even have to be secret about it. I read this law. I was like, is this true? And I did the research. And from there on, they started to develop systems which will prevent future colonies from ever disengaging from the British production system. And so we had missionaries come here ahead. The missionaries came to spread the gospel. They were followed by colonialists. When the colonialists came, they dictated what the missionaries could teach. And I want you to do your research. The missionaries brought here, the colonialists brought here a semblance of Ministry of Agriculture, semblance of Ministry of Education, semblance of those different sectors, but never a Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. The science which was brought here was products. And those products we were taught to use. We were taught to use. At the end of slave trade, the production of raw materials was shifted from slaves which had gone the other side to producing in the colonies. So they brought the science to produce raw materials. So, in summary, education builds the knowledge base of the population, and when it is as universal as we have, it becomes a mold. Everybody who goes into education comes out with the same mold. Then they come up with the ideas. Then they could, if they are well made, it could flow the way it flows. But if I can disrupt the ideas, and I don't teach you how ideas work to the market, you are not going to have sustainable value-added products. So, but I can insert here ideas about raw material production and ideas about consumption. And that's how your economy is. If you disagree, speak now, otherwise henceforth keep quiet. So we went into a heavy task of saying, is this true? Is this true? So we sat with the Uganda curriculum, right from primary, P1. And we followed 3 sectors. And so this is where the deans come in. We don't have agriculture at MUST, do we? You do? Who is the dean? Or the most? Deputy dean. I want to look at the content in your curriculum. From production of raw materials, value addition, and consumption. Where there's, what percentage of your curriculum falls in production of raw materials? Yeah. So you teach soil science, okay? You teach agronomy, you teach breeding, you teach crop protection, you teach mechanization. Where do they fall? Where do they fall in my... Where do they fall? Production of raw materials. I know you are trying to fight to be in the middle. So I want you to tell me which percentage of your curriculum falls in the middle, value addition? How many course units do you have? Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Then? Okay. Uh-huh. So, yes, please. 8 course units? Mm-hmm. Which one? Post-harvest handling. Okay, we shall decide where that falls soon. Uh-huh. Which you teach how to process, how to package and sell, largely sell the raw materials. But that is production of raw materials. He's fighting. But we actually, even your curriculum here at MUST, we mapped it. We mapped the agriculture curricula for all the universities. And all the 97% is in production of raw materials. Moreover, they do not teach them to produce the value-added inputs. Because the value-added inputs are the most expensive costs. Now, my friend, that's not your fault, really. You were engineered to be like that. I met one private university. We had traveled together, and they really wanted, the minister is here, let's trap her here. Let's present our fantastic curriculum for agriculture. And she supports us, and I obliged. I went to the meeting. I told them, you want to start another raw material production. Do you know what a child in Germany learns about coffee? How to identify the best coffee beans. And from there, harness 90% of the value. While your parents here spent so much time suffering to grow the coffee. That child doesn't even know what a coffee plant looks like. They think coffee plant, they are just those green beans. But the German education system focuses on value addition to coffee. While the Ugandan education system focuses on what? Dean medical. Which percentage of your curriculum falls in production of raw materials for health? Of production of raw materials in medical school. We are talking about the health sector now. It falls in consumption of finished goods. Any value addition? Usually when universities have it now, they have found they put it sort of like an extracurricular something. They cannot corrupt their holy curriculum. They cannot taint it with this. So they will put some extracurricular something for those students who are zealous. But the mainstream don't waste students' time by teaching them where raw materials come from, which enter the healthcare system. And this is exactly what was designed by the British. Education. Education. I want you to tell me what part of your curriculum teaches your learners to produce raw materials which go into the education system. Where is the education? Where does the biggest chunk of your curriculum fall in terms of inputs that go into education, that you use every day? You're using things in education. Most of it is what? Now, do you understand why we are poor? When you have worked as diligently, when you have worked yourself dead, at most you're working for 15% of the value in your economy. Are we still together? But are we still friends? So, even if I stopped here and didn't finish this presentation, what I want you to understand is that this is not something we can wish away. This is not something we can defend ourselves away. We are all victims of something. We are victims of something, and as of now, I know that on this continent it is only Uganda which has this. Only Uganda has had that. We call it, at SCI, we call it the evil forest. I know the men, you can skip this. But the women, when you watch some of those Nigerian movies, there are those scenes when there is an evil forest. So we call this going into the evil forest. And so we called that the black box. We called it the black box. The people who propagate it are not even aware. In fact, they believe they are doing right. They believe they are doing something good. They are righteous in what they are doing. If you try to touch it, they will feel you are disorganizing. Do you remember the attacks around me? This was basically, I was touching something that so many people were willing to defend with their very lives. Because it is an abyss. If you have ever been under anesthesia, there's that chunk of your life where you know nothing about. So many of us are propagating this. We are working very hard. We are trying to do our best, but it is there. It exists. What's the implication of the black box? Is that STI education in the country is focused on production of raw materials. That, Joshua did some chibaro here. They are the ones who gave me the data. Raw material production. That's sustaining subsistence and peasantry. 2, enabling consumption of imported value-added goods. I'm telling you, I saw there, you called it a nurse's what? The bed for moving patients. I'm eager to wait for Mbarara Hospital putting in a huge order for those beds. But I'm telling you, it will be a fight because they would rather import. They would rather import than trust the one made here. It will be a big fight with your procurement team. Because somehow we just don't trust those things. That they are made here, value addition is not supposed to happen here. So all the graduates, including the scientists, policymakers, legislators, lawyers, our advisors, the consultants we employ, the businessmen who trade, the economists who design our economy, all of us, we are black boxed. When people start a business in here, their business is skewed to management and export of raw materials. and importation of value-added goods. You'll hardly find a business manager who has skills in managing an innovation. You hardly find it. So they will be expecting, you know, they will be expecting. So when I became minister, I go to finance, they are like, but Muranga has been there for so long. Let her go to market. I said, take what to market? They are like, but you have funded her for so long. I said, she was doing research. But your things take too long. They cut the budget. So, and I have had to confront them with this, saying you are black boxed. So that became, if you're saying that, you're black boxed. And that understanding helps us to see. The people who review your curricula, they are black boxed. When you try to put some of that content, they will not approve it. So we admire people who have developed, and when you go out, like you go to China, you go to see a factory, everything is moving so fast, robotics, and you are like, I want this in Uganda. But once you land in the Entebbe, how do I reach there from where I am? I don't know. Everything evaporates. I've traveled with the members of parliament to benchmarking. They are like, we want that. We are going to support you. When they reach Entebbe. So when they go to benchmark, you know, we lack the skills to build that component. We don't have that skills pack. And so the ideas that we have mostly emerge from the uneducated population because they are not encumbered by knowledge. That's why even in your herbal medicines, most of them are at the very bottom. Those guys, they observe at their level of knowledge and science, they put something out there. You who know how to do clinical trials, who studied it, you will oppose and oppose and oppose. Because they are frustrated to know that uli research. Kubanga nchimanyi ntokiyiseemu. These people, the innovations emerge from the non-educated. They are always ignored by educated people. You can clap if you want. But anyway, so this is the diagnosis. This is the diagnosis of the challenges that we have. And the past 4 years, I have focused on universities. If we can understand how to cure this now, we call now the gene replacement therapy in the education system. We need to have the gene what? Replacement therapy. Sorry, I repeated this. So we need now to go and understand what is required. So we figured out, so what is missing? What understanding is missing? And I wish I could say that we have refined everything. We haven't. But we have a good idea now of what is missing. So what is missing is this understanding that science is like a highway. And you have to move from the knowledge of science, learn how to translate that knowledge, because science is the knowledge. And then we learn how to translate that knowledge into building tools. And then we move from those tools into innovations. Now you have a lot of the early end of tools that you're exhibiting. If there is no intervention, next year I'll come back, you'll show me the same. 2 years from now, you'll show me the same. 3 years, you'll show me the same. I have institutions where I've been at exhibitions because I've always been an atheist. Energy exhibitions and what? For 10 years, they're exhibiting the same thing. And when I ask them, have you gone to the market? Funding. But they have won a UNDP grant. They have got a MasterCard grant. But they are still with the prototype. Because they don't know how to translate what they had into a practical solution to life. Actually, the engineer who took me down there, I almost told you that I've seen this MR, this thing here. I want to sit in hospitals. Because this is the second time, I think it's a gap of 2 years, and it's still there. How do we convert this? Then, understanding manufacturing. So product development, we do the innovation, make prototypes, but we do not know how to innovate and come up with a product that solves the practical problem. That is missing. And then manufacturing. We are so encumbered with manufacturing. It's something that we can't think from first principles. The first thing we think about is the heavy cost of putting up the manufacturing line. Who stopped you from designing a manufacturing line? With all the engineering that you have. You can't design a simple manufacturing line, but it is planted in your mind that you can't. So you don't start. Then you must build businesses. Building a business from an innovation is completely different from setting up a shop to sell things which already have a track record. When people started, when I came to Chira Motors and took over as the minister, they said they had made 4 buses by then. I found those 4 buses there. And then the people were asking, do we manufacture or do we assemble? These are high people. I said, but okay, you might, but for what reason do you want to know that? Because somehow they want to prove a point that we can never manufacture anything. And that somehow is credited to them as righteousness. Because they can show that we cannot do what? Manufacture. And when we manufacture, people are asking, it's too expensive. Is it good quality? Is it, such that, then up to now, I have to demonstrate everything to the last minute. So who knows how to build those businesses? And partly the reason why some things are just here is because we can't build viable businesses. We are still subsistence. Most of those innovations there, those who say we are on the market, they're in subsistence. They hardly break even. Am I lying? Am I lying? They cannot build a big business. And so, then it is then, and build big brands. If you are making things which are only sold in Mbarara supermarkets, and when it crosses to Lyantonde, nobody knows the name. You must explain it. That will still be subsistence and will keep you in poverty. Every time you see an exhibition, minister, maybe she'll give me money. But you are supposed to be making money from your business. You have not yet reached there. So these things are not taught. Because even the teachers who teach them, they don't know that they are not teaching them. Because they themselves have not been there. When you talk about business, innovation, training at Stanford University, at Harvard, it is these fellows of Google who teach. It is these fellows, Bill Gates, who have been there who teach. For us, who has been there to teach us? So they borrow a textbook from there, and they try to teach us using a textbook. But Uganda is completely different from America. So, I'm going to skip some of the slides. And so this lack of technology, I managed to find one economist who analyzed the Ugandan economy. I tried very many, but I convinced this one. And he sat down, he went deep into the knowledge and was able to analyze and basically show that gray line is the only one I'll talk about, is that the lack of science, technology, and innovation pulls down the investments we put in the economy. It drags down the investment. You imagine a parent who trained a child as a doctor, at the end of 5 years paying at must. Because we have not developed science, technology, and innovation, that child has nowhere to work for 5 years. What's the return of investment for that parent? And it's all because we've not developed the science. We haven't developed the science. So, we also discovered that apart from not understanding that business, not understanding the business, there are principles that science must observe if it's going to have an impact on the economy. The big one is the black box, but what is in the black box? One, not understanding the highway. Two, not understanding the principles. And there are 5 principles. These include the scientific process. How many of us have heard about scientific process? Haven't you heard about that one? I'm meaning that normal one you learn in research methods. That normal one. Now we discovered that apparently this thing is so powerful. It is so powerful that we just scratch the surface. And because of that, we have missed it. So we have translated it into a whole methodology. We don't make any decisions at STI unless they have gone through the scientific process. And the coming years, as we onboard NDP4 here, you are going to be trained in how to do this. Because it's not the simple thing, define data, whatever. We have changed the wording to make it more generic. So, apart from the scientific process, we have the STI journey. What is the journey the ideas walk from the students here to being Samsung on your table? What is that journey which they must walk? And I saw somebody flashed it yesterday. We are coming. We know that's not in the curriculum. So we are going to work with you to make sure you, the teachers, know so that you can teach it. Then the value chain approach is a principle. The value chain approach is a principle. If you don't follow the value chain approach, you cannot use science to develop an economy. And then the ecosystem. Now there is one which is not on this slide, it's another slide. Building an ecosystem which is supportive. You have to, because science can never be done in isolation. And this ranges from fellow scientists to fellow laboratories to fellow institutions to supportive UNBS there, URA there, transport system there, electricity. The biggest thing I have heard is, which has hindered as research, is electricity. So that ecosystem which builds and understanding it and nurturing it and making it. Remember, The people who run the ecosystem, they are also products of the black box. So they don't understand your needs. So when you ask for power for your minus 80, those people who are supposed to give you, they don't understand why you need the minus 80. After all, it's just something, research, it is just a hobby for scientists. Why should I prioritize it? So we need to understand and explain these things. There is a fifth principle. We call it, let me just walk you through these slides, but I'll just flash them. So this is the value chain. This was developed at Rukarare. Yes. I was struggling to explain to people the value chain. And so when I went there, that day when I went to Professor Chirenga, I had a written speech. As I listened, I decided to ditch my speech and use a physical illustration. So I was able to arrange, and he was the first one in the line, herbalist, one who has the herbal knowledge. Then we got all the entire thing. Now, if you don't understand the value chain, you will not produce things which make business sense. You will have all the science and produce that vaccine. Then realize, I don't produce those tubes. Where do I go? China. But I don't produce the labels. The labels, which label? Where do you go? China. But I don't produce the pens, which are used for writing on it. Where do you go? China. But I don't produce that box, the cool box. Where do you go? China. The diluent, where do you go? China. By the time you finish, your vaccine is so expensive that the government will think they will just let us import. Because you never researched with an understanding of the value chain. The idea to market, this is possibly one of the most fundamental things that we identified. That innovation is not complete until there is a product that a minimum number of clients are willing to pay for at a given price. So this is generally, you have seen this many times, but it has so much content. It has a lot of content than we are ever able to give you. Then the last principle is brutal integrity. As if integrity is not hard enough, we added a harder word, brutal. With science is intolerant of lies. It is intolerant of anything that is corrupt. Right from corruption of the money, to corruption of time, to corruption of results, it is totally intolerant. You will be caught at some point. So if we want to build an industry based on science, we must be known as people of integrity. So we moved from this. I'm working, maybe I'll make such a similar presentation 5 years from now, so bear with me. Bear with me and understand. So we moved, say, okay, so what has been happening anyway? The effects of these things on our science, what has been happening? So we got data from the National Council of Science. These are projects that are approved by the National Council of Science and Technology. Yellow is basic research. Basically, the effect of this on that, how are women, how are mothers responding to breastfeeding, the introduction of microfinance and the impact of children at home. If it is, and what was annoying is most of these come from science faculties. The acceptability of this. It's basic social science, and most of this is PhD research. The yellow. So we discovered that 74.9% of the research conducted by our higher education systems is basic research. Finish, make policy recommendations which nobody reads, because you publish your paper in a journal that no policymaker in Uganda will ever have appetite to read, and that's it. The next 22.5% was evaluation, basically to aid the introduction of imported value-added products. How is this drug going to work? It was mostly to pave way for introduction of value-added products. This is the research. Does Mbarara submit to National Council? Uh-huh. Next time I'll pull out the universities, which institution submitted what. And next time you publish your graduation book, I read all your PhDs and categorize them. So a paper is soon coming out showing which PhDs, because the PhD, a PhD an industry. Hello? A PhD an industry. That should be our goal. But only 2.6% of the research going on in our ecosystem is somehow, including the prototypes, we looked for anything which will have potential. Only 2.6% of the research going on, which is registered, has anything to do with a product, a service, or a physical product. So how are we going to build the economy with education? Now many people say, no money, it's because government doesn't fund us. No, it's not true. MSI, the Millennium Science Initiative, government got money and gave researchers money. Guess what happened? Only 6 out of the 39 projects were geared towards industrial research. Only. And again, we looked for anything. Government was giving money. Only 6. So, we're pouring more money into this leaking vessel. Give us any change. Will it make a difference? No, it won't. I think I'm interested because I haven't seen dosing people. So, the report for MSI, which was done by World Bank, says that while the operational manual permitted intellectual property applications from knowledge generated from grants related to research, none of the principal investigators ever reported applying for patents or any other form of intellectual property for the research affiliated with a grant. Most researchers view the publications as the measure of success. This is quoted directly from the report, and you can scan that and go to that report online. So this is now, this is government putting money into research. We went to the projects funded by government through UNCST, the Innovation Fund, between 2015, 16 to 2018, 2019. What do you see? 13 out of the 19 projects were abandoned because they tried to insist that you should invest in products. People didn't know what to do, so they abandoned them. Even when we came on board and followed them up, we looked for them to try and resuscitate. Most of them, it has not been possible to resuscitate them. But I see one, I think, Snail Talks. Are you part of that? They fainted and we are trying to resuscitate. So at least they are still alive. Hmm? They are still alive. We are trying to resuscitate. The majority of them, we reached, they said, for us, we finished. So we're putting in more money, build an economy. There were projects we found, again under Innovation Fund. Now Innovation Fund is moved to the ministry, the former ministry, and there was a project funded by the EU called Leap Agri. They funded 41 projects. 19 of them had not even a slightest hint of value beyond a report done. There was no hint of anything. And so of those which there were those in phase 1 of that, the science, the beginning one, 22 were in that, and there were 6 in phase 2. Some of them it has been impossible to resuscitate, because somehow people wanted some money around there, and whereas the budget they give you is for this and this, most of the budget is to roof their house. So the money didn't go into, because in phase 1, there was more diligence in putting money in the project. At phase 2, they get lost. Amakubo gabula. They don't know where to go. We found a project, it was funded, they won $2 million from UNDP. And still nothing. Just one thing like this, nothing. Nothing. When we found them, they were now arguing, the PIs were arguing who should own the house they built. We should sell it and share the money. And so the productivity and contribution of scientists to our economy is rated low. Should I pause and you stand before I move into the strategic direction? Okay, let's have a bit of standing. Remember, your chair will fold, so don't sit back without paying attention on you. Come and give us a... I don't know if I'm making sense, if your time sitting here is worth it.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is called. Okay, let's write Musenero with our bodies. Go down. M. Down, down. Up. Put this. Put that. Put the down one. Let's go U. Down. Move, 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 move. Go up. S. What are you writing? Go. Let's do the S. Musenero. Letter E. Down. Up. There. Here. Move. Okay. N. Down. Capital letters. Down. Up. Move here. Up. There's a gentleman there is just writing Z all through. Okay. Musene. E. Down. Up. This one. Put the middle one. And then move. Ara. Down. Here. Put the stomach. Put the leg. O. Down. Have you done it?
Okay.
They didn't put a full stop.
All right. So I've been able to summarize for you research done over 4 years in why STI, which has been able to transform other nations, and I've cut out a lot because I just need you to understand why. So it's not your fault but it is still your fault. It's not my fault, but still my fault. Why haven't we been able to identify this and cure it? Education Review Commission after Education Review Commission, they come up with things, but the issue is now we know. We don't understand everything that was removed yet, but we know things have been removed, and we are on a mission to make sure that we find it not only now, but at a higher level. And now that we are able to do that, we have been able to identify, we compared the STI systems in these nations with those of ours. We discovered that STI for industrialization and wealth creation is what occurs in those developed nations. Actually, the budget for science, technology, and innovation in America is not debated. It's dictated by the president. It's one of the budgets that are never submitted to congressional approval. It's just those institutions will always have their money. While for us, we look at STI as if for sustenance, we actually only use the professional STI. We participate, and you'll find our participation in very mega things. For example, treatments for HIV. Very high participation and contribution. How much money do we make from it? We are too nice and too kind. How can you be so evil as to make money? Give that money to others. Give that money and buy those ARVs from other people. And we even persecuted our own who tried. Do you remember? We persecuted them. How dare they do that? So, then core principles. In developed nations, they are committed to the scientific process, the STI journey, the value chain approach, and supportive ecosystem with integrity. When they have built systems to make sure that integrity is there. Ours is riddled with corruption and grantpreneurship. Grantpreneurship is a form of entrepreneurship which occurs in STI institutions. They do a research to win a new grant so that I can qualify for a bigger grant. So they are grantpreneurs. Human capital. Now, I will mention here that we identified 3 categories of human capital under STI. We found the basic scientists. Basic scientists. I don't know, do you train in basic science? Biology or biochemistry or chemistry? So that I just graduate with that. What percentage do they make of your population of admissions? The basic scientists. You don't graduate people. I just graduate with a bachelor's in microbiology. No.
Let me say something, please. Our science program is actually a double degree program. That's why it is called a Bachelor of Science in Education. And we are able to have students who, for example, can compete with both students. So it's not just education.
Okay, I'm coming there. So the first category are basic scientists, and maybe you allow me show you the statistics because I didn't put it in this presentation. So they're about 2% of the scientists we train. Yeah, in the country. Because when you go to Makerere, I think they have most of those degrees. The intake is very, very minimum. Okay, this will take us time. Let's continue. Then we have another category of scientists called professional scientists. What this is, these are individuals who learn science and they apply it in a profession. Medical doctors, nurses, engineers. What percentage of the science student population are they? Agriculture, they are graduating in science with a profession. Teachers. They're about how much? How many? They're about 95% of the people graduating from universities. When you look then, what about industrial scientists that graduate from university? Do you have any? These are people who learn the basic science, but the focus is that they apply it to an industrial development. I was told that universities don't teach those people. The best we have are TVET institutions who teach mostly the operation of machines. So the combination of deep science knowledge with industrial application is very limited. You said you have, tell us. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mention. Mm-hmm. What percentage of your student population are they? How many are they? Mm-hmm. So, the science population that we have is largely professional scientists. They learn the principles of science and we teach them to apply it in a profession so that they can use imported, value-added products. We call those professional scientists. They are very sarcastic about indigenously developed science products. And it is my task to convert them. So the human capital development in these developed nations, they focus a lot on innovation and industrial skills and competencies and attitudes and practices for industrialization, to an extent that most professions are postgraduate. In America, you don't become a doctor at bachelor's degree. So out of that class of scientists pre-med, only about 20 or so % will end up as clinicians, and the rest will go into industry. We don't have that. When asked at Kabale, they gave me a certain answer. Why don't you train these people? Let me see your answer. Why aren't you training these people? Kabale University, they gave me their answer. But in Mbarara now, I'm asking you. And I need to ask BSU. Why aren't you training those people? Do they even apply? Because there is no end. There is nothing. There is no market for them. Why is there no market? Because there is no industry. There is no industry. I remember Makerere started training people called industrial chemists. Industrial chemists. After a few cycles, there was backflow because after you have filled up the teaching assistant positions and a few to do quality assurance, they are retrained and redirected to do quality control and quality assurance in a few industries we have. There is no market for them. But that's the biggest market for scientists outside. So we also found that the governance systems were different. Ecosystems were different. I don't want to belabor this, you already know. And management and administration was adapted to meet peculiarities of STI. For us here, we set up very rigid and focused on traditional systems, which are ill-adapted to support. So our conclusion was that the knowledge, skills, and ongoing practices in our national science, technology, and innovation system were not sufficient to make it impactful in the way envisioned by government. I'm going to be skipping the next slides. So after this, we now developed a strategic direction. We developed a strategic direction which we are inviting you to move with us, to adapt and customize and make it unique for this region. The vision is to make Uganda the best, most technologically advanced, and most innovative nation in this region. Because we have secrets, and you know we don't even have to hide the secrets too much, because the appetite in the other nations to consume this is very low. It's very low. So that's the slogan you see us, with us, make Uganda the best. We developed this strategic direction is guided by an ideology which is anchored in the NRM core principles. Even if you are a different color for now, move with me, because I don't see any other party which has core principles. So, democracy, no, they just want to remove government, that is all. Give us the core principles. We want to milk those ones. We want to get, and I'm serious. If you want to build an institution, give it foundations. So democracy, patriotism, Pan-Africanism, and socio-economic transformation. So this is our STI ideology. STI, which we support, is for the economy. So, show me the money. Before you ask me for money, show me the money you are going to make. And we'll be asking each institution to participate and tell us your pledge to contribute to NDP4, to contribute to the 550 billion. It has to be intentional. As long as institutions see themselves as consumers and objects of sympathy, whoever can give me money, if you position yourself as a business entity, that is a multiplier of wealth. because you have the best ability to generate assets of knowledge. It's concentrated in the university. If only we can flip our minds and bridge the black box. So we are not interested in STI. Not that we are not interested, we are not prioritizing, and we are not going to fund, especially for the next 2 periods, we are not funding STI, which is funding the effect of, you know those topics, eh? We are not funding that. We are not funding that. We are not stopping you from doing it, but we are not going to fund it. So we are looking, so we insist that you show us how your project, your research, your system is going to make money. It's business. I invest in you, you give me a return on my investment. 2, making Uganda the best. This ideology speaks of superiority. Sorry, but positive superiority. We are viewing ourselves as superior to our neighbors. We are superior in what we are doing. We are providing leadership, we are setting the pace. But it also speaks of the quality of what we want to put out on the market. We are not putting out things which we do not trust. We are not putting out things which will be questionable. We put out the best quality. I want people to say, because it is made in Uganda, it's the best on the market. So I'm very picky and meticulous and looking into your things. And sometimes people become irritated. For us, we are ready to go on the market, but she's asking us again to do this. I'm like, sorry, if you're going by me, you can go without my endorsement. But if you're going with my endorsement, I want that thing sorted out. So we're setting ourselves to be superior. And I'm telling you, in this region, we can win. We are actually going to win. I'm not even saying we can win. We are providing the leadership in this thing. We have knowledge that no other African nation has. The understanding of building science systems in this complex, nobody, in fact, I meet, first of all, anyway, they don't have a minister like this one. So I try to meet ministers to interest them. They are looking at it like pigs looking at pearls. They don't see its value. They are eager to show off, you know, we are doing well. I went to one and everybody was presenting. Then when it was my turn to present, I said, colleagues, if your science was so good, why don't I see it on your streets? Why do I see only French cars outside? I go to the supermarkets, they are full of French goods. You can't tell me that your science should be seen on the shelves. It should be seen in your pharmacies. It should be seen in your machine shops. That's where science is seen. It is not seen in the lab. So we are the branding of what we want, the way we carry ourselves in terms of science, the way we, actually I was giving a shout out to your doctor who saved a life. I should have expected all of you to retweet. And you know, this young man saved lives. Shout, please. Shout. I commanded all of my STI, please share, like, retreat, do what? Because we are the best. We are the best. And I always tell people that I want Ugandans to walk around with a chip on their shoulders and say, that's made in Uganda. We are the best. So it is an attitude. It is a whole makeup of personality. It's a whole makeup of things. It's a whole paradigm shift. From this thinking, Uganda olemwa, not my Uganda. Not my Uganda. Uganda Zabu literally, right from the grass out there, I can make billions. Specialized governance for STI. We will talk about this more as we come. Why do we need specialized governance for STI? Because of the nature of the STI human capital. Oftentimes, they are crazy. Oftentimes, they just don't align with anybody. They have poor PR. They have... And so the governance systems must identify these people and harness them. Let me tell you, if I just advertised, I wouldn't have any of the STI staff that I have. First of all, they were not in need of jobs. They were not in need of jobs. They would never apply. Many of them turned me down. And I refused to back off until they came to work. So the way you identify talent, some of those crazy students who are they're not paying attention in class, they are distracted. Some are distracted because of bad things, but some are distracted because the first statement you said drove them into a thinking. They went off in the thinking. So by the time you come with your examinations, multiple choice, they don't remember that nitty-gritty statement you made. So how do you hunt for talent? How do you look for that talent and nurture it and govern it and they yield? Many of them are not impressed by the things that you offer. Big salaries, what they are not. They want to achieve something. Many of them are thinking totally outside the box. You need to sit and listen. I listen to crazy ideas. Very crazy ideas. One of them is that smoke. When that smoke project came to me, everybody was just, then I was just, doctor, what do we do? I sat down with that boy and he was telling me the smoke. I'm like, okay, I went back, I read, what good can we get? Then I read some short documentation from here about smoke. It had been done some years earlier. Some small write-up, not even a paper, but some. So, but now, if we nurture it well, that puts you in your own corner of economy. You're not competing. So, STI human capital development is a very special thing to do. You have to nurture and develop them. Then developing science institutions, including the universities. Helping them to get out of the traditional university, the traditional African university caricature, into an STI and innovation institution, which is very flexible and accommodative without being, which is an innovative institution. Such an institution cannot say, I have to implement a curriculum for 5 years before I can even examine it. What if no knowledge comes out yesterday? Are you going to allow 5 cohorts of people to go with fake knowledge? Because you can't touch curriculum? Who made the curriculum a god? The other thing I want to talk about is the human capital. We must take care of the scientists. In the current mode, our scientists retire in poverty to go and compete with the old farmers in the village. I made this yesterday. Because somehow they spend their time working for promotion, promotion which doesn't give them enough money to live the lifestyle which they have attained. I'm a PhD holder after all. And then they spend their time, if they don't learn vices of accounting money for grants, accounting in quotes, the day the grants from NIH stop flowing is the day they start their journey into the abyss of poverty. Am I lying? The ties will soon come off. They will soon not be able to take their suits for dry cleaning, and they will start coming with tilted collars. The shoes will get finished. And they tell you, now me, I'm retired, back in the village. There is nobody to talk to. Just because you've retired from university does not mean your brain is retired. So we need to develop a special way. And one of the ways is to encourage these researchers to have intellectual property. Intellectual property is the pension for scientists. But if they spend all their life and expire in the academia before, and you see they will finish at the formal university, then they will give them some contracts doing the same thing they were doing until they are not eligible for any more what? Contracts. And you meet them, they are grumbling, these were brains for the nation. So we need to make sure that everybody has sufficient intellectual property, commercializable, to give them retirement package which they deserve. STI economy highway, I showed that. So we push things, our ideology is we push things along the highway. Now these past 4 years we have been very intentional, making the first lane on that highway. When Mbarara was not applying for grants, we pushed some to you. Because we needed something to come and discuss with you basis on. Otherwise we'll be saying she doesn't fund us. But so that we push the first lane so that we have a talking point to latch on. But we want to build now a highway. The other one is we call it loop and leap. Loop and leap is a philosophy or an ideology which is anchored in the fact that because of what we suffered with colonialism up to now, we have resources that have remained untouched. The colonialists didn't see them. Now they have gone so far ahead with what they saw that when we start to run to catch up with them, we will not catch up. So what we are doing is we are going back and picking the gold and platinum they left behind. So anthropology and understanding our context, our historical context, and the items that we can build STI on. And that's why natural therapeutics is our main anchor for medicine. Because they were more focused on the few things they found. The few things, once they found the quinine tree, they ran with that. But they left the rest. Now, by the time they have analyzed most of our plants, by the way, most of them you'll find the literature is there. But they are running very fast with the monomolecules, with the synthetic molecules. They are running. But they have reached somewhere and they've started saying, this is not going to work for long. Resistance is coming. Toxicity is coming. Other things are coming. They don't show. So, now for us, by the time they run back to reach here, we shall say, sorry, occupied. Space occupied. So the loop mines our past. And the one thing I want to plead with you modern scientists, do not despise tradition. Do not despise traditional medicine. So we now call these people our indigenous scientists. They hold the secrets. They are indigenous scientists. They are not herbalists. They are not traditional healers, any of those words that we put them down. And for us, we don't accept that there is the main medicine, then there is the alternative medicine, then there is, no. There is only one medicine. What we have to do is to make our medicines going there. The other day I found somebody in America was packaging capsules of Jobio. Bitter leaf. Jobio, eh? How do you call it in the language for here? Ishonji. Ishoji. Wobio in my language. You see that science? You see that science? So we are now bringing together this science we have learned in school. And we are bringing it to connect with our science. And Tabajatu Sanga. They won't find us. Because recently we actually demonstrated with our clinical trial. This medicine here, medicine was done here. It was superior to standard of care. What we are calling standard of care for COVID. It is superior. So we are going to harness the power. This is not only in traditional medicine. I implore the engineers, look for our technologies which our ancestors were building. Because they were dropped so that we buy the other technologies. Those technologies are coming. So anthropology is a critical science for us. Anthropology is a critical science for us. So then LEAP, we are not going to, because we are looking at traditional medicine, so we are going to just see kusekula and give them. But what could it be that it is an overdose? Can we work on a dosage? Can you imagine getting, what do you call that? The medicine you inject the ladies, okulete ebisa. Yeah, but now it's Jobio. So let's bring the knowledge of these people together with the knowledge of us with PhDs and MScs and then we take it so that they can also buy our products. Then decentralization of STI, this is the last ideology. Unlike other sectors which have clear peripheral systems, as I mentioned, the British, the colonialists, did not bring any semblance of science technology to our nation. When they brought something like a vaccine, they went to Maif, set up a very tiny something which was run by the British, and they produced a crude vaccine and used it for injecting. When they were leaving, nobody knew what to do because we did not participate. So we are now creating decentralized structures for STI. And so this is one of the things we are here to discuss with you. We want to see you. You are the first region. We want to create regional centers so that you have STI close by in the region. But also in terms, because for us to operate, we operate with the innovators, we operate with universities, we operate with businessmen. We would like to make sure that they have a hub closer where we can put the highest level of equipment for that region in the different areas. So we want to decentralize STI starting next financial year. So we have, I've already requested, and I hope that when the Vice Chancellor puts this to the other centers, they will. We are requesting that MUST hosts the STI center for the southwestern region. It comes with a lot of responsibility because you have to be a role model in many things. But also you have to be a custodian of many things. We are still a developing nation, so we cannot afford, for example, I can't afford to build for everybody a pilot production unit, but I can build one in the region so that it is available for everybody to produce from there, which then people in the region, they have equipment that they have equipment that you can have at your institution, but you have equipment which is just at your regional center and everybody can use. And I would like now to stop here. Sorry. If you do like 3 more slides. So the strategy is this. This is a summary. We call it the STI house. The strategy of STI in the country. We are going to use STI to build a new economies, things that Uganda has never been known to do. Then we are also going to add value to what we have traditionally produced. In order for us to do that, to build the STI house, there are 5 pillars that we need to build. The first pillar, starting from the extreme right, is infrastructure. We need certain infrastructure to be in place so that people are not crying of basic infrastructure. Then we need the right human capital, right from skills, knowledge, attitude, practices, human capital that is willing, that has embodied this. We need the right structures of investment, and we are working through this. Investment, how do we have not called it funding. Vice Chancellor, when I give you my money, I'm expecting it back with profit. That's why I'm not saying funding. No. I'm investing STI. That's what I promised finance. Finance has promised the president. Msenera has said the money we are putting in STI is investment. It's going to come back with profit. So, before you ask me for more money, think about that. Then the right policies, we want to make sure there are so many things that need to be looked at to make this work, and then building the right ecosystem. And right at the bottom, you see our principles that I talked about. So in terms of new economy, we are focusing on these 5 areas. Mobility. You don't have to be in everything. Just choose, and Joshua is going to do a quick presentation from what we have gathered here. Mobility. Uganda has never been known to produce cars or produce bicycles at that, or motorcycles at that. But we are seriously building it as an economy. As I speak, I know we have the largest, most competent, most capable automotive plant on the continent of Africa. That's Chira Motors. We have capacity to produce about 10,000 vehicles a year, including the motorcycles. Soon we shall be coming to Mbarara to bring the e-bus express. I think we have reached here with electric bikes. All those bikes are made in Uganda. And so many innovative ideas. Then pathogen economy, which is what we build the medical, agriculture, all those things, especially in terms of dealing with their health, the health of animals, plants, humans, and environment. Uganda was not known as a medicine-producing country. As I speak, we have started showing up on the pie chart. We are exporting, including Jenna Herbals, which I saw here. So we have started creating, because I kept telling them, I'll be asking you to give me space on the pie chart. We are supplying East, Central, and Southern Africa with the proficiency panels for PCR kits. Yeah, we have been accredited by World Health Organization. We have the best. The best. So we are not talking about things we don't know. And we are coming, we are coming, we are coming. So diagnostics for plants, animals, humans, vaccines, and nutraceuticals, and all those things are in pathogen economy. I really want by the end of these 5 years, Uganda to be recognized as a pharmaceutical producing what? Country. And let me give you some news. We host the largest pharmaceutical manufacturing plant on the African continent. It's called Day Biopharma. Government partnered with a private partner. Soon we will be supplying almost all your essential medicines. Space and aeronautics, and I think Mbarara is participating. Again, I had to be very proactive. Do we have some people who are participating in the space human capital development? Yeah, I know we pitched some people from here, and they are participating in the development of the satellite. And you? We had the ideation, and now we are moving to building prototypes. Do we know who is participating? Electric and electronics engineering, so we are on spot. Infrastructure innovations. Infrastructure innovations is engineering and manufacturing. That space which we fear so much. And in your ecosystem, you have the pilot plant, Rebitete, where we have put a lot of precision equipment. And I keep telling them, if it's not Rebitete and you need it, tell me. I will change the budget and buy it. If you need something there, we will change our budget and put it there. I want you engineers to stop servicing other people's machines. I want you to make your own machines. Hello? Hello? Engineers, where are you? Yes. Stop toting around that I'm servicing. Service hours. You can design from there. You can prototype from there. You can manufacture from there. Then we have Industry 4.0. 5.0 plus. This is the electronics, including hardware and software. We are setting up our own cloud space, cloud storage space, Ugandan only. We own it, it's ours. So soon you'll be offered space to store your things. But we are also manufacturing and exporting electronics. We opened the Deep Tech Center of Excellence. It is in Namamve. So when I was seeing your children here, we incubate them. They work with businessmen so that they get out of academia and get into a business environment. People who have products on the market, so they support them. I know one of your students asked me and I referred them there. I think one graduated, I don't know. He graduated and is now incubating the idea there. This space is for Ugandans and for young people like this. We offer them the space, we offer them the support, and when they reach a place where they need some money, we give them the micro grants. They are able to come from idea to prototyping to pilot manufacturing in the facility for free. So a number of things I saw here can benefit from going there, because for them, they will turn them out of just developing a prototype into innovation, into something that people want to buy. So these are the new areas. They are very wide. If you can't find yourself there, this is new, but we are doing it to make money. We are doing it to sell, not to look good. Don't bring for me a product which doesn't have market. If it doesn't have market, sorry, I will not. So what we are doing in the regions here, I have already said it. And so for these areas, we have set up pilot plants. We have pilot facilities to support most of them. Pathogen economy, you participated in the opening of the Biosciences Park. We started by just networking things, but when you need something at national level, you will go to the Biosciences Park, and you should be able to produce your product from there. For infrastructure innovations, we have the Engineering Development and Innovation Center at Revitete. You can even walk there on foot. Engineers, you can't. So don't tell me because of funding. The biggest resource is in your head. Walk on foot. After all, you'll be healthy at the end of it. Then we have mobility. We have the Chira ginger plant. Individuals who are innovating things in mobility, they can go and they're incubated there. Then space and aeronautics, we have the Mpoma satellite station. Most of these things are there. Either, I think the Biosciences Park is the one which is laggard. The rest of these facilities are there. We've put them up in the last 4 years. So, Mpoma, how many of us know where Mpoma is? Yeah, some of you saw it as a very ramshackle facility. We are building it as a state-of-the-art space science center and research. Then productivity acceleration, which is mainly taking care of our traditional economy. We are going to set up agroscience parks. We are setting up agroscience parks, and there will be regional attached to the regional university, where we take agriculture to value-added products. We are setting up the pilot one in Ipsitema at Arapai so that we learn from it. We've tried to distribute these things. And then Industry 4.0, that one we have the Deep Tech Center of Excellence at Namamve. Any day of the week, walk in there. And then most of these things need packaging, they need branding, they need marketing, they need... So we have now perfected the idea of the support center for packaging and incubation. So by the end of next year, we should be having some components of it, because we've noticed that for many of our products, packaging becomes a significant cost, and also training people in branding. So I have shared all this. I've taken my time. Brenda wanted me to do 30 minutes. I told her, stop, I will use all my time. This speech has 5 years encompassed in it, because I want you to understand where we're going, what we're doing. Without you, I can't achieve this. Without you, I cannot achieve. And so, before I sit down and invite Joshua to present what the findings that we have had in the sub-region, I would like to talk about 2 programs that we are beginning for human capital development. And we are going to start with younger people, but we are going to have versions for lecturers, for professors, for TVET instructors. We have a human capital development plan which is in 3 components. The first component is what I'm talking about. We call it rapid conversion. We want to pick those of you who already know science, you already know business, you already know, and we immerse you in some program. The first thing we want to convert is your thinking. How do you think? Then the second thing is the knowledge. For those of you who read the Bible, there's a very important verse in the Bible called, in Romans chapter 12, verse 2. It says, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So, but we are beginning this program, the engineering program. We are going to take engineers, but there's a form, the technical. The way we are going to advertise is we are going to ask young people to form companies. You come to us as a company. You come to us as a company. So meaning you've done some preliminary research on what you want to do. For the first products, we are going to avail some of the products, and we already have off-takers for these products to help them break into. They will have to produce 3 products and take them to the market as a company during the training. So we are picking younger graduates, and if you think that you really need to have a business person in your mind, the business person can learn a bit of engineering when they are there, enough to talk with the engineers. So we are going to be inviting, the call will be out, I think, this coming month for this. If you think that you're a lecturer and you will sit there under pressure, you are welcome. Ask for a leave, because it is pressure. You have to work harder than me, and that's a very hard target to beat. So, so we will be taking in these people. For this region, I think we will advertise. Then those who apply from here will come here, they will pitch. And those who have viable ideas, we will host them at Revitete. We will cover the costs for their stay there. Then we will loan them money to produce their products and sell them. So we'll cover the cost of training for them. They are not really, we don't take them as students. We are skilling them on job. Because at that facility, you can come from idea to market. And they will be under tutorship. They will learn how to work on those sophisticated machines and whatever. So we want to graduate a number of companies every year. So that is one of the programs. Look out for it and maybe start. You are the first to hear this. Maybe start priming your graduates. The second program is coming out of the frustration that we are seeing with medical doctors. Graduating and they cannot do internship immediately. So we would like to expose them and give them an option to pursue innovation. So we have a program. This entire program is known as Pivot. We'll explain later what Pivot is. But we will also take them on. We are working on this together with an institution, another institution, to take them through health-related innovations. And it's going to be the same. Those with great ideas, they will be accommodated, they will be supported. And when they reach market, we will give them funding, suitable funding, for them to go to market. So, how fast we move will depend on how good people will get. So they will, once we advertise, we'll open it for a number of months so that they can, during that time, that we can onboard many companies. So we are graduating companies. We call them innovation-driven enterprises, IDEs. So this is an opportunity that you could prepare your graduates who are hanging out and they are waiting. So this is part of our rapid conversion. The other rapid conversion is we take in what we call interns, people, you are either masters, a bachelor's, even up to diploma if you're good in what you're doing. We take them in, we take them through a program, and those are, we call them protégés. Protégé in the house, could you stand? This one, you don't have to be young. You could be a PhD so long as you have the attitude to allow yourself that every day you'll be learning something new and at a very fast speed, and nobody is willing to stand and wait for you. So you have to trot. We call them, because we are converting them into rangers. We are rangers. So they are converted into rangers. So for now we have some 3 interns here. One is second year, so he's finished. Nobody gets employed at STI unless you've gone through this program. Yes, that is how strict we are. And not everybody who goes through the program, you must score at a certain to be employed at STI. Because you must be rangerized. Thank you very much, Joshua. STI, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As you said, no one was dozing, so I'll ride on the same kind of energy. Say that no one dozes. I'll be here for a short time. My name is Joshua Isiko. I'm the team leader, Productivity Acceleration. You've heard it mentioned many times in the presentation of the minister. So my work is to increase the speed of making money. So whichever innovation increases the speed of making money finds its way on my table. So we are here just to give you what we would call a mitweje bikuru or highlights, because we have two activities to tell you the highlights, but also to help you discover for yourself how good Western Uganda is. So this will give you for you will be debating, is it true or not? Then we'll give you a tool and find out whether it's true or not. So I'll start by looking at what we call the strength of Western Uganda for STI. And this is what we found when we moved from Kabale up to here where we went. This is in block summary. Is that Western Uganda is endowed with the human capital. So people explain science as if they are playing with water and mortar. Sand, the way they talk about science as if it's picking brick plus mortar, then you add on cement and you make a building. That level of simplicity and understanding and braveness is a foundation for innovation. And it's where sometimes we are beaten because we fear even to brave into certain things simply because we don't understand. And this is largely around biochemistry, pharmacology, and electrical. And then also, so that you have labs. Labs have what you would call the minimum equipment that can do all that to develop the innovation. So whichever question you need to know to develop an innovation, most of them you can answer here without going out. And when we look at the non-university ecosystem, already there are people who have made strides to set up facilities. But the number one that we actually, sometimes we may miss to note is the community setup. We value that so much in the innovation. The Western community, I would say, is the community that gives you a word by mouth and keep that kind of contract. If they say we are going to do, they will do it, which some parts may lack. When they tell you we are going to do it, after a few hours, they forget about you. But this is very critical, that if there are innovations that require community involvement, you have the base to drive them, especially where you have to rely on raw material. We were in Lukararo and people were promising that the community is with them. They even demonstrate giving in land and pull it together for a cause. That is a very, very big value of the sub-region, of the region. Then the other one, you should be aware that your region has 2+ coffee processing facilities. And they are at high end. If you didn't know they are at high end, in value addition of coffee, we see that is the 4th, 5th level of value addition in one of the particular, which is, we call the common pathway. So we can, after a few months, we will see that from your sub-region, we can add value to coffee up the level of instant coffee, which we call soluble coffee. The science there is that they extract the soluble part from a coffee bean and pack it so that it looks like the Nescafe you took in the morning. The Nescafe you took in the morning is that level of extraction, and we can do that in the area. Then the other one is banana. You must congratulate yourself that you are the center of banana value addition in the whole country. and therefore the whole world. Because Uganda is the best in banana value addition, if you didn't know. We have 2 value chains. We are leading in many ways. Banana and sweet potato. Uganda is leading in the whole world in value addition, if you didn't know. And the banana one is hosted in this sub-region. And that is a great, great stride. If you look at people where you can talk a young science to challenge their mind and make things look so simple, to make that person develop a lion for innovation in them, you have such people in the community that they will take you through their journey. And you come back and they say, I have slept for too long. I have to wake up as a sub-region. And then, and you know, for banana, it even relates with must. So for you, you have a very, very big step. Those of you who are at must, to say that is our brainchild in a way. Then we have a facility that the minister was mentioning of the heavy manufacturing. As people will be moving from northern Uganda to look for that facility, for you, she has even said you just walk on foot and reach the facility and manufacture. So that is in terms of ecosystem strength. You are really endowed. That if we find you in the same position of innovation, you would be like a poor man sleeping on gold under their house and claiming, I have nothing to eat. Yet there is a lot of gold they sleep on every day. So that is how it is now. When we look this one, you validate it, you even change and come up with a new one. But just to show you insights of things that you can really look at is, we see you as a base of coffee science because you have already set steps in coffee value addition. But that is ordinary coffee addition, value addition, by the way. I will show you the complex. There are many more things that rely on you the way Professor Loro was saying, I add, remove. Those things you can add particles and remove particles from coffee and make something different. That we have products which are only from Uganda with that kind of science. And then products in other, especially agro areas, but also things that, since you have a springboard of brave and experts in these fields, we must clone them. We must multiply them. So it's something we have to think of. How do I get Professor Lolo and have 100 of them in the country? It's a big question. And there should be an intentionality to do that. Not to just go through the normal academia and then he gets to. Today he was saying, when they asked him, are there some PhD students doing something in this animal lab? And then he says, for now I don't have one. So it's not intentional. If it was intentional, he would not spend any single day without interfacing with a younger scientist. But because it is accidental right now, you find that this year he has one, next year he doesn't, because there is no intentional multiplication of that professor. So when he retires and is not helped to get IP and he goes to the village, as the minister has said, thank God for him, he has started on the journey, then the university status in capacity just goes down. And you keep narrating, we were here with Professor Lolo, he was very good. Now, who is now better than him now? And yet, biblically says a teacher is only good when they produce better students. So the person mentored from such seniors should be better than even them. And then hubs, creating products in the hubs area. And then what we noted, that people are willing to even give up their land to produce raw materials for now. But we will see what comes after, and then also to multiply the people you are. You have that. The other time when we were to Kwarare, we have that Dr. Hiroda speaking about a herbal medicine beyond what we knew, because at that time for us we used to know it is either leaves or an extract which is made by pounding, or it is boiled, but she's now looking at something different. So we have to intentionally multiply them. And then for engineering, still multiply them, but also look at, especially now that there is a lot of value addition in the agro sector, we need precision equipment, both at farm level and processing. We should not have a trader carrying equipment from Kenya. It turns, and this, I think here they even pass Tanzania. It enters from Malawi, no, Tanzania is Mutukula. Comes in here and you are just talking about a trader. Yeah, that trader. But it is bringing equipment and taking money from your economy. We should be able to control that loss of economy and produce that kind of product, so a range of products using this facility here. And then, so in a summary, we look at one area is focusing at having students have a different approach. The minister was giving you a short form of an indicator of what an education that turns people into different beings in science with the program at NSTE, EDIC. If we address these two areas, one, change the approach to what we pitch for our students. We have pitched so much that come and learn skills to get a job. What if we pitch that come and land into a system that helps you develop products? So that everyone is rallied around a product. If you were a driver and a mechanic, you are better than a driver alone. And then a driver, a mechanic, and a maker of a car is better than the two. So why don't I pitch my target to a person who makes a car so that they will learn how to fix it when it is spoiled and they can also drive it? So in the same way, we can pitch for creating products, and all the other courses that they are taking are worried about develop, use. So you develop it and be the first person to teach others how to use it. It's just an addition of a component to the curriculum you have. And also setting priorities in what you assess for. Why assess a student for her or his master's and PhD around your publication? Just raise the bar higher and people will fight together and you have better people. Then the other one is operate as a university in a big factory. I would challenge you by examples. This is one of the most innovative, if you ask for the most innovative university in the world, Harvard doesn't come. It is this smaller university which started in 2012. It started from Silicon Valley. This is a man called Ben Nelson who was sitting in Silicon Valley and realized that learning in Silicon Valley was not being used by universities in the world. So he went and started a university which is different from the traditional academia. When he is enrolling, for him, he enrolls you to come and innovate in his university. So your first objective is come to create products. So you were first year in a university to create products. And his first year, all programs, you don't tell him whether you are science or what, you go through the same courses to give you a foundation for innovating. And he focuses on thinking critically and thinking creatively. So that is the block of his curricula. Courses help people to think critically and also think creatively. And he has assembled a partnership of factories where he works. So students move all over the world. So if He sees that the good factory where they would sit is in Germany, sends them there, and they sit in Germany in a factory. So he's teaching as a university in a factory. And he churns out innovations and businesses. And this is his slogan, your innovation journey starts here. So when you are entering at enrollment, they tell you your innovation journey. What do we tell ours here in our universities? Succeed you must, but the success is not defined. Is it succeeding as a knowledge bank or an innovator? So what else do we? So we need to be intentional and very, very, very specific on what we want. And then what does this mean if it is a university in a factory? We get this very well from the teaching hospital. The reason why the hospital you have there does not close even when students have gone for holiday is because it runs a different business. And the university leverages on that business. When we were working there, learning specimen were just seated there. But to them, they don't know that a student is going to learn. Because they go through the process of being admitted through the hospital. The difference that it is a government hospital, so it doesn't generate a lot of money. But just imagine it was a private hospital and does that volume of patients. How much money would it be making? I think the money you would make from a hospital would be more than the one you make from enrollment of students. How would it be if you do it for other value chains? And you have a university in a factory. The factory is bigger than the university. That the component of students is a minor one. So the money you make is from selling products. And you know, are there students here? I assume you've not heard this. When you have students work in the factory, the labor costs go to almost zero. Because the student pays you tuition and comes and works for you for free in a factory. And then you sell the product the same price like a competitor and make a lot of profit. So the university you would even be making decisions and say we are going to even lower. Instead of increasing tuition, the more your businesses boom is the more you reduce. You will create a phenomenon that university, instead of increasing, it is just reducing. Because they come, part of the money they will be paying is working in the factory. So let me be kind to them and reduce the tuition and attract the brains that the minister. So you attract all talents. Because talents actually surprisingly find themselves in the category of people who can't pay for university. You will attract them. You even begin offering university scholarships and say, government has given you 100, add on 20 more. Because you have ability to pay for them. So that means your research is about improving the products that the factory sells. So the lecturers and researchers, professors have a job to produce products every day for the factory to sell. But now here we were talking with the minister and says, they have very good products, but how do they get the market? Because professor, you have a very good, but something that bothers you is how do I make money from this liquid smoke? You don't know. Because you've never done it. You get me? And you are going to reach there and find people who have swum in that water. They know how to swim. Their product will be worse than yours, but they will sell more than yours. Because they know the game. So if you have a factory and it is independent and running to help you to do that. And skills now, the issue over here, the government has not approved the budget for practical materials will stop. Because students are working within the practical space. And then you must be asking yourself, are we going to be the first one? Or there are other people who have ever done it? I have 2 examples here. McDonald's is a factory, and under them there is a university called Hamburger. Those of you who don't know Hamburger, Hamburger is getting meat with other salads and cut bread, the scones, and insert it there. That's what he sells in America and all over the world. He has a university just to teach people how to make hamburgers. He calls it Hamburgerology. That is the program. And it puts their components of leadership and skills to be. He is the first consumer of his students. He has demonstrated what it does. So imagine, will that university fail to get money? Will a student from that university be feeble? Because already he has outlets to work from. Then the other one is Disney University. Disney University is the university of the Walt Disney Company. They teach them to be first staff of the company, but also for others. So the university belongs to what? The factory. You could say those who are lucky that the company started before the university. And for us, we started before the company. I will tell you how to get there. There are these options that we can take. The first option is university, give birth or partner with innovation-driven companies and grows it independently. You can even say all our outputs of research will be mass-produced and traded by this company. And again is that we give you students, you don't ask us to pay. Then the other thing, we share the dividends, because I was talking to him in the morning and said, the cost of developing one medical drug may generate you 5% shares in your company. Just to show them that this is the product I have, generates that much. And even if you did that and say every year we need about 10 products handed over, you would be creating a lot of value and then get dividends and trickle it back to the scientists, including students, that even when they live here, because they participated on a research, they will continue earning money for life because they've ever started from this university. The other option is when a college can decide to say, engineering, we go for a company, agriculture, they go for a company, education, go for a school. Why do you struggle to beg for teaching practice positions? And yet you can be a person who owns these #1 class schools in Uganda. But you are begging from a certain man who actually started a school because he was a maize trader. And he doesn't know what you want. And he's also saying, how many weeks are they staying here? And he doesn't care. So you produce a poor teacher because you who knows how to create good schools, you have decided not to go there. You have left it to a person who was a trader in maize and discovered schools make money. And he's also posing around as a director. And he has a big office, but he doesn't know what he's doing. So the other option is colleges collaborate to give birth or partner with innovation-driven company and grow it. So colleges can come together based on how they see research relating with them and say, we will supply this company with our new products. So those are ideas. That was raw material for you to think through the next phase of your assignment. We have discussed that we will do assignment while eating. That is, you remember I am a team leader productivity acceleration. So I have removed the parallel working. It is now working, series working is now working parallel. I am eating while thinking and discussing. So you are going to prove that today and you will not die. And you'll be shocked that you've been wasting time to just have lunch alone, then you go back at office for meeting. So we have a tool for you. We are going to make groups according to our fields. This tool is called Innovation Fit because we are saying it helps you find out the innovation focus. Where will you focus your innovation efforts? So, how many fields do we have? We have 3 rooms, so we can create, I think, let's go by rooms. And then in the room, people will pick, okay. So the group around is the sciences. Engineers, where are you? Yes, you make one group. Then people who are in biochemistry, pharmacology, those tend to be relating. Pharmacology, biochemistry, chemistry. Yes, you will form one group. I need a leader. Dr. Kwesiga will lead. The leader could stand. You stand, Dr. Kwesiga. The one of engineering, who is going to be the leader? Dr. Bongolot. Then there are people who say for us, we are in microbiology. Of any type, whether fungal, viral, bacteria. Yes, is there. The man of... So, let people of microbiology raise their hands. Then education. They are saying now, what does he want with us? Then education, innovation is there. Education. Raise your hands. For your discussion is going to be very interesting because you are very few a person who will talk for 10 minutes without stopping. Then we have people in business. Business people. Interesting because we want to show you that there are innovation in business and you've been sleeping and say, those things are for science. Probably complaining to Muzei. Muzei prefers, and yet for us, definition of science is anyone who applies data. Is a science to us. So business, so we are going to create, is there a field I have not mentioned? What is the basis of that? Engineering, microbiology. You want me to say biotechnology? Because the exercise you are going to do will lead you there. I want the basic science. It's not the innovation. I'm not starting from the end. I'm starting from the base. So the tool will build you up to there and you find yourself there. So what is your base? Biological sciences, chemistry, physics, What? No, which science do you base on to what? Because the innovation determines is a science. Engineering. So you join the engineering. Computer, IT people, are you there? They are the majority. You also make a group. So we'll do this tool. I take you through. And we'll send it. One of you will have a computer. It's going to be soft copy. This tool, you will fill in the membership names. And if you are more than 10, break and create 2 groups because we want to do control and see whether you are all thinking in the same direction. Now, the points that I green are sections that will give you indicators to the conclusion. But the first section is we'll ask you information about the infrastructure you have in your space. You don't have, even if you are from different universities, mention that you have it. Then the human capital you have in terms of experts. Please mention the name and their specialty. And then you will also be asked on the partners that can support you if you are doing work in your field. What partners do you have in your space? Then you will also describe each of them. A partner with the description, what they can bring on board best. And then we will want you to tease also the policy. The logic of setting this kind of tool was about the 5 pillars you saw in our house. which is ecosystem, infrastructure, policy, human capital, and investment. Then we will ask you about funding. Also, where do you expect to get the money? Then when it comes to innovations, we will ask you, we want to know what you have at the moment in terms of innovations. You list them, but also match them. For instance, here if you list, I would say liquid smoke, and I mention it here. Then I will have to say yes or no. If you have the human capital to do it and push it to the market, you say yes. If you don't have, you leave it blank. So you do go and ask yourself, is it really that I have investment? You get me? Then you will total the yeses and give me the total of how many yeses do you get there. You will do that. Then if your list is long, you just add a row. Then for category, we want to know where your innovation lies in the category of innovations. We have tried to categorize for you, and if you mention here and say maybe we listed the liquid smoke for treating, then you've mentioned therapeutic medicine, then you have mentioned also an IT tool. We want you to go in your list and count how many belong, for instance, to the natural therapeutic. You are trying to do what the minister says scientific approach, but we are giving, I think he mentioned, we have a rapid diagnostic. So this is a rapid scientific approach tool, process tool. So we just, in 1 hour or two, you will have a conclusion, but if you came to the detailed diagnosis version, it is days. But this is rapid. So you get a quick pointer. So we want you to be able to pull which category are your innovations, so that you are able to derive a percentage, which will be the number here divided by the total you have here to get a percentage. And then if it doesn't appear anywhere, please, you write it and specify, and you can add a row. Then you are also going to assess yourself along the key steps. We've used the simple words to help you understand easily. The prototype, product, mass production is actually manufacturing, and then trading is actually commercialization. But we want you to rank on 1 to 10 as a scale. How strong is your ecosystem to build and drive that kind of innovation you have? So you would tell us, and that one is also helping you to know where would you concentrate best and hand over other things. Not to say, I am going to go with my innovation until the consumer. Are you sure? Do you have that ability? You may not have that ability. This section will help you tell whether you have that ability or not. And then the conclusion is coming that based on the findings above, what do you conclude to be the innovation category focus for your field? If you were in engineering, what would you base on? Is it equipment? Is it what? And then the next question is justify why. And then also to ask you which step you will focus on. Is it product development? Are you going to mass produce? So we ask you to conclude on that and justify. So this is the simple tool, which you would call a rapid scientific approach tool. So create your groups. Yes, so engineers, come and punch in. I'll be doing email here, even if I get off. So I'll be sending you from my email to yours. And then engineers, I don't have his number. You are here. Who is the leader in engineering? You can slope down. You have a laptop? Yes, you can come over. Then biochemistry, pharmacology, Dr. Kwesiga, slope down. And you are going to room what? Room 1. First room left. First floor. First floor. On the left. On the left. Then education. Who is going to lead? You have a laptop? They are telling me that the dean has a laptop and would lead. Come over. And then business, who is leading? Please come over, we give you. And you will be first. So the two groups, that is biologicals and engineers, will be in the same room. So we'll see how the two really share the resources. And then education and business, you are going to be in the first floor, the right room, opposite where these ones will be. And then computer, IT, and microbiology, you will be, Angela, it is here. So those will remain here. I don't think it is after lunch, it is during lunch. After lunch, we'll do state the productivity. It is during lunch, so plan how you do the work and also eat. And then, so the leaders come over, we get you the tools, and we'll be coming to your groups to support you all through. We are going to give you that thinking. If you want to do it in 30 minutes, this is the art. Identify a secretary who has a computer. Then also identify the modulator of the group. And if somebody has mentioned what you want to mention, don't raise even the hand. Because you'll be eating their time. Then you'll be done with this work in 30 minutes. You get me? So come there. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's first listen to these announcements to avoid confusion. As our leaders are getting the passwords and everything, I'll repeat. Engineering, biochemistry, pharmacology, you're on first floor on the left. Education and business, you'll be on the first floor on the right. Computer science and microbiology, you're staying here. We are going to have lunch on first floor, but I invite our invited guests from our sister universities top management to go with the minister for a meeting on fourth floor with the vice chancellor and the university top management and the council members. So university, deans, directors, top management, the rangers, let's go to fourth floor, please. Let's work during lunch. We are presenting and pitching in just 5 minutes, and then we have the official launch of our manual. I invite the vice chancellor to lead with the people I've invited. Let's go to fourth floor. That is Dr. Raphael, Jackie Chomhendo, Father Reverend, and then Patrick, and all the other top management members. Please, let's go to fourth floor. Council members, let's join the minister in the boardroom.
This one. Then another. I think you are here.
We fall. And from what we filled before, we are at the level of prototyping and product development. Then question 10 is asking us to specifically justify why we chose the above mentioned categories. And our response was we have the expertise and the equipment. So question 11 is asking us again, what do we conclude to be the key steps we should focus on in our field of the innovation journey? So we also talked about, our response was prototyping and product development as well. So the next question was asking us why that was to do this. Yes.
For them, you will flash. Number 10 is correct, but I want to make it more correct. You got the list so that the other groups may learn where to derive the answer. There's where we have the categories. For instance, here, when you look at number 7, it gives you the conclusion for number 9. So when you look at it, 75% of the products you have are in natural therapeutics. So it means that your product category that is really... Tim, thank you. Which other group is ready? Engineering. So engineering, come over. Today they are learning the rapid diagnostic.
The technology we have listed there have prototypes already and marketing those products itself. But then also we need some capacity development, because part of the reason we are stuck in the prototype, I think, is capacity to move beyond the prototypes. Then the justification is, of course, that we have the prototype. To justify those steps of ours is that we have the prototypes already available and some scanty expertise in certain areas we don't. So that is engineering. Thank you.
Okay, clap for them, flash the tables up. I think time called to you. I will take that your choices are hypothetical. So please put in the data or special question number 7. So they are hypothetical. They have feelings in them. So number 7 and number 8, you should feel it very well, because to help you really make a good... So time I see productivity call to you, but you can be finishing as others present.
My group, the group of 3 now, many of the engineers ran away, so we will be finishing.
So the engineers were many during the presentations and they ran away doing the work. Engineers are smart like that. Thank you, Club, for the engineering team. They have still some work to do. They gave us a hypothetical answer. They need to validate it with data.
Mostly our path is on communication.
Okay.
We think that
the mic is here.
We think that our path is mostly on communication. And we didn't have a prototype, but we can show you where we came from on the teacher in me is coming. On 6, I think we think that being able to teach with the community orientation, having cross-cutting courses, and exchange programs are some of the things that we are contributing. And from today, we want to go towards competence-based and industry-driven curricula, retooling, and then partnership with industry and business. That's the only thing that brought me here.
They should clap for you harder. And you know why? Because most of the lecturers and universities don't know that the curricula is the innovation they have. I have maybe here, most of the universities don't fund curricular development. They don't know that that is product development. So the lecturer hustles using his resources. Then you wait to ask him a lot of questions when you are proving. So you kill the motivation to make the product better. The number one innovation of any teaching institution is the curricula. If you want to have the best competitive program that attract masses to your university, invest in curricular development. It's a very serious innovation that makes money instantly. So that's why you should give her another clap. Because I least expected them to pick it. They would leave it and say, which group is this? Business. The business people. Clap for them. Let me connect for you.
Thank you.
So I'll focus on question 9, 10, and 11. There. So based on the findings above, what do you conclude to be the innovation category? We are business. So we are usually the last in the chain. We are waiting for the products. We market them. We commercialize them. But where we are getting stronger, especially in my faculty, is design thinking. How do we justify this? One, this is our competence. We are becoming experts, especially in design thinking and marketing. And finally, yes, again, the last question, commercializing and marketing. Thank you.
You have a reason?
Expertise.
Their competence.
Yes, we have the competence, Madam Honorable Minister.
Clap for the business people. You clap because they may have chosen to say for us we don't have innovation. And the people have chosen to stop at product development. You've seen that there are people innovating on how they will pick your product from where it is and make it reach the consumer or the user. Thank you very much. This is another group, the first group in biologicals. Want me to hold for you?
I think it is failing to project.
It is not
projecting my word.
It's a display.
No, I think it's the computer failing.
No, it's a display.
Okay.
Alex. This is a new setting.
It's going to project.
It needs to display. Okay. To extend. Extension. Thank you. Go back to the document.
So can we go to
enlarge it a bit?
Start from 9?
Yeah, 9. So display from 9.
Okay, thank you very much. So, chemistry, biochemistry, pharmacology, we have many categories: natural therapeutics and agro-inputs. And of course, we have to grow even the medicinal plants like aloe vera. Okay. So the reason for choosing the above categories, one is the human capital expertise and basic equipment that we have, but also we have based on the current Ugandan needs. And yeah, and this is 11. Yeah, our focus to achieve this, we have to do ethnobotanical surveys, phytochemical studies, bioassays, and we develop the product for agro inputs. We have to.
They want to take themselves to the market. Thank you. Let's welcome the second group in biologicals. There was another group. ICT, did you manage to? The ICT people were many, but they disappeared at work. At work time, they all, I think, were eaten by the food instead of the food being eaten by them. So, which group is that? Sorry? Another former horse jockey. Come over. I think this is the last group, Angela. Then I hand over to you. You display from 9. From question 9. Yes, so you can tell us from 6 to 8 if you have anything you filled in. 6 to 8. Go to 6. Okay, explain 6.
Yeah, so 6 says, what innovations have you developed or starting to develop in line of your field, and how are they supported by the 5 pillars analyzed above? So the instruction was with IPS under the pillar where the listed innovation is supported. So the innovations are listed under the different, the section of your innovation. So we have, among the group, we had a liquid smoke project. Then there was Mills Cosmetics, there was topical capsaicin-based formulations. We have Ruhara Eye Hospital eye drops, then Herbs Organics and papain-based formulations. Then on ranking them for liquid smoke, they have the papain-based formulations. It has the human capital. I had not yet concluded on it, but the rest, the infrastructure investment, ecosystem, and the policies are not yet there.
Did you fill in down? I think
These ones have not yet filled in.
Clap for the second group. Biologicals, you can disconnect. So I would like to thank all of you. I know some of you may want to rush, but I want that tool filled and get it today. I am still around. I want to go with it on my email. So it means you haven't finished yet. So finish, because to me, I know you were struggling to conclude, but when you send it to us, we can help you conclude and show you where to focus. That's the purpose. It is an examiner or a teacher trying to help a student get better. That's the attitude. And some of you, we sent you the first tool, which is detailed, and your innovations. Please also fill it and send it back. Thank you very much. Angela, I think I've run my race up to here. Yes, Doctor. And I sent them the tool by my email, so they just reply back with the filled one. Thank you.
Let's clap for Mr. Isiko. He has done a great job. And I would like to appreciate you for your patience. You're the right people to stay here. Thank you. Please clap for yourselves. Thank you for staying this long. On our program, we had the next presenters who are going to pitch in just 3 minutes. And we shall have Mountains of the Moon and Kabale University to give us their status on the projects of STI. The representatives, are they here? Kabale University? Yes, please come forward. Mountains of the Moon, to give us the status in just 3 minutes for the minister. And we shall launch the manual just here, and we'll call it a great, great month, not even a weekend.
Okay, our chief guest, the Honorable Minister, and the Vice Chancellor, MUST, and members of top management of MUST who may be around. Protocol, I think I copied the previous protocols, so they were announced. I'm Dr. Rafael Aregu. I work with the Mountains of the Moon University. You are 100 days old. I'm like 12-month-old in the position. I work as a university librarian at the Mountains of the Moon University. Honorable Minister, I know the time, but I first want to thank you for that lengthy, very informative message, very powerful you have given to us. After that message, I want to tell you the truth, members, that whatever I was going to present will not be worth presenting, because it's like I've been in a class of a teacher marking what I had done the coursework. So after listening for the presentation, I think my coursework needs a lot of a lot of amendments. A lot of amendments need to be done in the coursework, madam. And I want to promise that within 2 weeks, I've been in touch with the Vice Chancellor himself. Within 2 weeks, you'll receive the revised coursework from him. But I would welcome that, of course, now, if you have to go to each university, it may be very costly on your side and time consuming. But I think if it were possible, you put us all together, especially the top managers of the universities, put all of us together in one place. I think I'm very sure that we have some funds to facilitate some of our movements. That should not be a worry. I think we should be able to come there. As you said, some can even walk and reach the place. So we welcome that this put us together so we can argue and abandon that this is a very important exercise, madam. The time matters. We may need to have 2 days for this kind of exercise, not just 1 day to hurry. So thank you very much, madam. I think members, as I've said, the coursework will come after revision. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister, the Vice Chancellor and top management members of MUST and protocol observed. I have only 3 minutes, so I will just flash through this. About the status of the STI project at Kavala University. So at Kavala University, we are doing a project on formulation of herbal products for treatment of brucellosis from profiled plants in the cattle corridor of Uganda. I am George Kwesiga, the venture leader of this project, and these are the team members I am working with. We also have 2 research assistants, and these are our main objective of the project is to formulate a herbal product for treatment of brucellosis from profiled plants in the cattle corridor of Uganda. And to achieve this, we have to go through a ethnobotanical survey, evaluation of phytochemical components of the selected plants, then determine the efficacy of the extracts, and from there we formulate the product. And we also have to establish the acute and repeated toxicities of the formulated product. So far, these are the key milestones that we have achieved according to that achievement scores in percentages. So when we see procurement of specialized equipment, we have a rotary evaporator. So we are so much grateful to STIOP. And in addition to this, we also have one for the university, so this is from STIOP. So now we have 2 rotary evaporators at Kavala University, and as the Honorable emphasized, we are ready to share with the others. We also have a herbal grinder, and the Honorable Minister, I'm glad to report that this one is made in Uganda. So this is what it does. It can grind the plant materials to form those powders. We also have some glassware, but these are for using in the laboratory. We have large quantities of solvents for phytochemical work, and these are also silica gel for chromatographic work. So we have already achieved 100% ethnobotanical survey. Those are the 6 districts that we surveyed. And here are just some pictures we took in the field, in the ethnobotanical survey field from the 6 districts. This is a summary of the part of the phytochemical work we have so far done, and this is also to prove the work ongoing in the laboratory. Of course, we faced some challenges, unwillingness of some committees to share information on the knowledge of medicinal plants, of course, scarcity of plants, which are seasonal, storage of the collected plants, slow procurement process. We could not procure some specialized equipment because the prices were hiked more than our approved budget. We also had the challenge of prolonged REC approvals, delayed acquisition of bacteria isolates for the in vitro efficacy studies, and also the time was inadequate to complete the project. This is what the way forward we are suggesting to encounter the challenges. And here we also have the upcoming milestones. Finally, we would like to acknowledge the government of the Republic of Uganda through the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, and also Kavala University community for supporting the project. Thank you very much.
Yes, in just also 3 minutes, the research agenda of MUST. Dr. Batwala, as he's coming, Honorable Minister, today we've proven that people who have come for the conference do not have diabetes. No one has collapsed, and they have really finished the food that we have served. So clap for yourselves for finishing our food. That's value for money.
Okay, thank you very much. For giving us the opportunity to present the research agenda. Batwala Vincent is my name, and I'm a Director of Research and Graduate Training at Imba University of Science and Technology. So the research agenda is here, and okay, it has 14 sub-themes, but the main theme is the harnessing the power of research and innovation in science and technology for socioeconomic transformation. And it was developed in line with the National Development Plan 3 and 4 objectives. The first sub-theme is environment and climate change mitigation and adaptation. I've just picked the titles: natural resource management and biodiversity conservation, agricultural production enhancement for sustainable livelihoods, food safety, security, innovation, that is value addition, which the Honorable Minister talked about a lot, earth sciences, scientific insights, and engineering. This takes all care of mathematics because we've been getting concerns from our mathematics staff when we call for proposals. Industry, energy, and engineering technologies, natural products validation and development.
We got support center to build the regional capacity for intellectual property. So from that ecosystem and what we've toured, we've been able to generate quite a number of products that you've seen. We have 52 products already in our ecosystem, 129 prototypes. Unfortunately, they haven't gone to the market. We have 32 startups. We have 15 strategic partnerships with industry. And we've been able to generate extramural grants up to 22 in number. So having seen that and having had this holdings company concept, which is envisioning a self-sustaining and commercially viable business arm of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, we have come up with a manual which the Vice Chancellor is holding. This manual is going to stimulate the operations of the Mast Holdings Company by clearly articulating the governance arrangements, the revenue sharing streams, including equity holdings in startups, sales from products, licensing revenue in form of licensing IPs. We're going to look at even issues to do with managing the university enterprises that have been somehow not developed. So this manual also projects our revenue streams and the generation of income in the next 5 years. The projected revenue has been positioned at 22 billion if this company facilitates what it is intended. We stand Vice Chancellor, we are able to move miles. And with the characterizing what we see, and we hope the okay.
I launch and unleash the power therein. before. So congratulations to those of you who are resilient. Thank you so much for this the first ever Southwestern Regional Conference on Science, Technology, and Innovation. We have undertaken a lot of things. We have seen what is happening, started that day by surveying what is around. We have toured the resources, the assets, the infrastructure which we have. We have seen the innovations which we have. And we had a long walk through the national direction for STI. MUST presented a proposal, and we have taken a little bit of hands-on to see how we could possibly scientifically determine where we are being picked up from and where we should go. And we have also listened from the regional other members in the ecosystem. This has been a rich day. And so you have also listened to what we have collected from the ecosystem and what we think should be like the high-level things and strengths that we see. Our philosophy is start from your point of strength. Don't first focus on feeling your weaknesses. Start by harnessing your point of strength. That will give you the energy and resources to pick up your weaknesses. We have received all the presentations, we have received all the proposals, and we are going to sit and analyze, and we are going to ask that we set up a regional committee, which we will work with to finalize the plan for the region. Because what I didn't say in my presentation is that in the 4th National Development Plan, our government identified 4 areas which are going to be the priority and are seen as the primary drivers of economic development. And those are called ATMs, which include agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral value chain development, and science, technology, and innovation. That was a big jump for us, coming from nowhere to make it to the top. And so, we are here to see how we best position the resources to achieve the goals. Now, in that National Development Plan 4 plus the whatever will come forward, the goal is to grow the economy tenfold by 2040. And in that plan, science, technology, and innovation should contribute a minimum of $136 billion annually to the economy. I don't have rooms where I make this money. This money is to be made by you. And so in that regional plan, we will work together to find out who is going to produce what. There are 4 regions, so I'm going to divide the money equitably. 136 divided by 4. How much does this plan have, this region has to contribute? Yeah, you could decide and say, for us, we are bigger. We could take 60 or so. So, yeah, so everything is going to come down to that. And so I'll request that the Vice Chancellor of MUST takes lead, and we form an inclusive committee an ad hoc committee to bring the regional team together. Then we will finalize. For us, we are going to synthesize everything that you have submitted. Your focal person at STI is Brenda. That's why she's the one who has been leading this. Now, Kabale just got their focal person, David. BSU, their focal person is Joshua. So you each have an advocate. Institutions that do not have these focal persons, please feel free to approach us. If we haven't come to your university yet, we embrace all institutions, private and public. All you need to have is innovations. Let's have inclusion on that team, members out of university, so that the interests are taken care of. We shared the things that we have discovered, and most likely we are going to start from there and then grow into other things. So I would like to thank you once again, the Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much for your patience and hosting us yesterday and today. I want to thank all the other institutions, Kabale University, you hosted us. Who else hosted us and is here in this tour? Because we told everybody to be here, they might miss their Mugabo. They might miss their Mugabo. And we will be beginning initial steps of establishing a regional office such that we are easily accessible, unlike now. So thank you so much. I really appreciate the patience and the work that we have put in. Now that little tool that we applied, expect more of that. All decisions are made scientifically, so your proposals will be subjected to the scientific process to make sure that we have thought through each and everything, because we have found that the rate of getting positive results is very high when we follow the scientific process. Thank you so much, all of you, the deans and directors and who have taken care. Thank you for taking care of me yesterday. Making sure that I return in one piece. And please know that STI, I may not be there, but we have an open door policy. You will always find somebody. Anybody from this sub-region, if you're from a university, you know your focal person, they are there to handle your issues. So Mountains of the Moon, we have not been there yet, but we will be coming. I believe that before the year ends, I'll reach most universities. It is only this part where I hadn't reached most universities, so I'll reach most universities so that at least I step my foot there. Please give opportunity to small institutions so that they can grow up, especially the private ones. There are some small institutions in here which are doing very, very good work. We would like to harness as much resource, human capital as we have. And please remember the training opportunities that are upcoming. You are free to coach your people, you are to make them win, so to make them succeed. Thank you so much. And for God and my country. Oh, do I declare the... And with these remarks, I wish to declare the first Southwestern Regional Conference of Science, Technology, and Innovation officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And I'm reliably informed that after 6, they don't sing the anthem. So we shall stand up for closing prayer. Lord, we want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you for our university. We want to thank you for our minister. We want to thank you for our country. We want to thank you for researchers and our mentors. We pray that whatever we've discussed here may be to the glorification of your name and our alma mater. We're praying all this through his name. Please, let's go for a group photo outside. And memories, time for selfies, they're all there.